This is a real demonstration to test EE's full fiber broadband.
Hi, this is Cambridge Airport over your EE router. Video feeds, the data feeds, all of this is real time.
Tsakt 1 Alpha, Suburbia Ops, are you on frequency?
Tsakt 1 Alpha, maintaining 3,000 feet, heading 050 degrees.
Runway 23 available for landing.
Copy, Tsakt 1 Alpha.
Somebody wants to say hello.
Congratulations, everybody. Well done.
I can't believe we just landed a plane.
This is broadband that can handle anything. This is full fiber from EE.
Please do over our social media channels, whether it's on Instagram, Twitter, where you're watching right now on Twitch or YouTube. Get involved in the conversation, especially over on Twitter, at EA FIFA Esports. Let us know who you're backing this weekend to come out on top in our first major in over 2 years. We are so excited to be here. And we just saw our first game conclude between Fnatic and Direwolves in the first leg. Still a second half to tell there, but it was a 2-1 lead, Richard, for Fnatic.
It certainly was, yeah. Late goal as well from Eusebio. Great finish on that left-footed strike. Maybe something we'll see throughout the weekend. Long shots, finesse shots, potentially playing a factor into our tournament. 3 goals in the first game, in the first leg, I should say, as well. I think talking to a lot of the pros, they were saying they're going to be a lot more even, these matchups. They're going to be quite tightly contested, these matchups, but an incredible first leg.
Yeah, well, let's check in with Carl Walker, who's been checking out some of the other games taking place here in our first and opening matchups.
Yes, I have, guys. I mean, incredible matchup so far. Makers Sweden and Team Hullets Ninjas in Pyjamas. You were saying that could be a final. Well, the first half actually ended 0-0. It's taken until this second leg for Makers Sweden to go 1-0 up. In the other matchup that I wanted to talk about as well, M42 Esports, that first leg ended. M42 Esports actually went 1 goal up. But it was Team Falcons who came back. They equalised 1-1. MS Dasari, Dr. Nightwatch, then made it 2, then they made it 3, and they're going into that second leg, 3 goals to 1 up. They're currently on the stream. I'm looking at Dr. Nightwatch. He looks up for it, partnered up next to MS Dasari. These guys will be hoping to get plenty more goals in this second leg and keep pushing on. Back to you, Richard and Brandon.
Thank you very much, Carl Walker, who's been keeping us up to date with all the scores that are taking place around all of the other pods here in London. I mean, little break between this second leg, Richard, but overall, Fnatic, will they be happy with that first leg?
I think they will be, yes. Obviously, there's always nerves coming into a tournament like this. I literally saw Diogo and Tex maybe 4 minutes before we were live on air, just downstairs. I was coming up to the casters area, and Diogo said, yeah, we're a little bit nervous. Obviously, you would be nervous coming into a tournament like this because there's also a lot of pressure that they put on themselves. They come into this tournament backing themselves as favourites.
Would you cast your mind back to the Premier League when they lost that game?
They backed themselves as favourites as well.
Yeah, and that interview they had there. Yep. Obviously, naturally, they were not happy to have lost that game. They want to go forward and do a job in this first major. As we said, there's 3 other games taking place right now. We have got some brilliant functions available for those watching on our main broadcast. If you do want to tune in to some of the other games, go check out our fantastic B stream with some fantastic commentators there. Team Falcons take on M42 Esports, as Carl Walker was describing. Team Falcons running away with that one in the second leg. We've got the Italian team with Danny Pitbull, East Serie A winner last year, UT7 Esports, taking on Guild, Richard. Nicholas and Nicholas in action on Stream C. And that last game, Stream D, what a game.
Yeah, honestly, Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas, Levido Eden, Ollie Litoyens, Optoli and Ollie Bolly, Makers Sweden. They come through that Stockholm FGS Open qualifier back in December. And what a team they are. Incredible talent on display. We're getting ready to get into this second leg very shortly indeed. Direwolves locked and loaded, ready to go. Fnatic's taking a couple of minutes to recompose themselves before we get into this second leg.
Absolutely. Again, just looking around the venue behind us right now, there is players in games, players currently breaking between the legs that they have played. Who knows what all those results will be. We'll keep you up to date as we go around all of those games. If you finish bottom in the group, you are out and you cannot go any further. Top 2 takes you to the upper bracket. 3rd place will guarantee you a loser bracket. There's a lot of storylines, Rich, to this tournament. We're going to be going up a bracket, we're going to be going lower bracket. We've got 3 days to explain the story, to explain the format, and to find out which 2v2 team is the best on paper. From our only opportunity to really see that this year.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had qualifiers, we've had club qualifiers, national qualifiers. This is where it all comes down to it. This is where you have to put up or shut up in the Team of the Season Cup. $500,000 prize pool. One team will be walking away on Sunday evening when it's all said and done with $100,000 and a Club World Cup qualification spot in the back pocket.
Yeah, that must be said as well, Richard. That was announced, or to be announced, I should say, coming up later this year. Another tournament to play for. This is the route into the Club World Cup, and also the opportunity to call yourself champions here back at LAN in the Team of the Season Cup. The first of its kind. The weekend we celebrate the launch of Team of the Season as well, with that all-important community team later on today. We're going back underway for this one. It's Fnatic from right to left in there. Trademark kit. Direwolves from left to right. Keep an eye on that blue cursor. That is Tex controlling that one. Keep an eye out for his teammate Diogo with that sort of turquoise blue circle above his head. It's Direwolves on the hunt. They are 2-1 down. Could it be 2-2? Drops his shoulder, defended well. In the meantime, let's go back down to Carl Walker. Carl, what's going on?
Well, Brandon, Richard, there's goals going in all over the place. I'll start with M42 Esports. They're 1-0 up in this second leg. 3-2 down, though, on aggregate against Team Falcons. 17 minutes gone in that game. Can Sharon Jot, can he bring it back for M42 Esports? But in the other game that you guys have said could be a final where it's got super interesting, Makers Sweden, well, they made it 2 goals up in that second leg. However, I will say this, Team Hullets Ninjas in Pyjamas have literally just scored. Levi David, also Oli Lito, they're looking to make a comeback. I'll keep you updated, guys.
Thank you very much, Carl. Interested to hear results going in from all around the other pods right now. Not so good at the moment for Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas. They are pretty close to us, so I'll remain not too loud about it.
I mean, they know, though, it's such a tough start. We've said it could be a final, but it really could be. That potentially one of the best FGS Open teams coming through that bracket are Makers Sweden.
Tex building up now for Fnatic. Their first real sniff in the box. Tex doing what Tex does. It's R9 trying to find his way through on his own. I think what he's looking for there, naturally, bait the tackle, bait the player to come out of position, then just slide across to Diogo and tap it into the back of the net. Direwolves do stand strong, though. 20 minutes in here.
Well, we've had an inside look, really, to a lot of what Tex has been like in 2v2 and the progression that he's made because of our involvement with England as the footballing nation and their qualifying campaign in the FIFA E-Nations Cup. Tex has been involved in that all the way since week 1 of the play-ins. They've got better and better. Tex, Mitch and Tom Lees, that team for England, also Big Mac involved in the squad.
I think it's difficult to say as well, Richard, is what is enough to get top 2 in this group? I mean, certainly you want an opening win. That's going to put you in good stead for
wins.
that, but you'd think 2 wins would obviously be enough, naturally, of course, mathematically.
Yeah, 2 wins put you through the bracket. You win your first game and then your second game will put you in that.
I mean, either way, Rich,
top batch.
Makers Sweden or Team Hullet are going to have to start on the back foot in this tournament. That is how the cookie's literally going to crumble here in London. 30 minutes played. Fnatic still in control. They took a lead with the 87th minute via Tex, who finessed it in with Eusebio, fresh off the bench, the Portuguese icon. Pretty similar teams here, to be honest. The only real change is the centre mids and the goalkeepers between the two. That's going to be the common difference in squads. Maybe Ronaldinho featuring in the old team as well, or he's not. 4 others. Marcelo comes into the fold in a left back too. That recent foot captain upgrade that he did get. Deemed good enough for pros to feature in as a left back. Here's Mbappe now. This is Direwolves. It's Pele! Timed it green! And every time they've conceded, they've bounced back. They've been a team that many have spoken about here in London to watch out for, to keep an eye on.
It was R9 getting dispossessed in the middle of the park. They lost the ball, did Fnatic. Mbappe punched into his feet. He just offloaded it to Pele. Green time strike at the near post. Nothing Schmeichel can do about that one bit. And Fnatic find themselves back in this tie. Direwolves, what a goal. 2-2.
Game on. start here in the game we're giving you from Group B. The group that has MG, CFE Sports, the Brazilian organisation, and Ajax back on lab. But have a slightly different roster. No Danny Hackerberg this time round. It's Ajax Finn, one of the youngest competitors in this tournament. I think the youngest, 16 years of age, the player that came through the Zigo E battle. Now playing for Ajax after a first ever Eredivisie split now in his first ever EA major, teaming up with one of the most experienced players in this tournament, Levi Frederique, an E-World Cup finalist last year.
Playoff champion. He's been there, done that, got the t-shirt, has Levi Frederique. Stern status, you might know him as if you're an old school FIFA veteran. Saw him at LAN FIFA 19 Singapore. That would have been the qualifier number 5.
Played against this man on your screen,
didn't
yeah,
in the console final.
One of Tex's many FUT Champions Cups wins. Wolves just trying to build into this last chance of the first 45. It finds Hullit's feet. A couple of ball rolls from the Dutch midfielder. Love to get a passing count of this attack. They have literally been in possession.
You jinxed them.
No, I've just jinxed them. No, they've got it back now. Messi. Looking to do what he can. Watch out on that left foot. Half time here, Richard. Hopefully we can have a few stats between these two. A very
evenly poised.
Yeah, very even. 45 here.
You come into this second leg, Fnatic obviously scored late. They got that Eusebio finish, but Dire Wolves were never out of the tie. That goal inside the first 30 minutes as well give them a lot of confidence now. Going into the second half, they were probably the team, well, definitely had more possession. They were probably building into a couple of opportunities as well to try and snatch that lead away for the first time in this series away from Fnatic. 45 minutes left of FIFA to play. If not, we'll be going to extra time and penalties.
Absolutely. Just a word as well. The man sitting behind those two players, Zachary, was in the E-Champions League last week, was coaching Cosmin, the Romanian player there, was so close to qualification of the E-Champions League final. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. He's remained in Europe with Dire Wolves and is hoping to hopefully give his impact on this to guide them through to victory here. When I was speaking to both of those about the prize spot, their eyes certainly perked up when they realised that if you just get top 2, you guarantee 10k. Get up a bracket, Rich, you guarantee 10k, whatever happens.
Yeah. It's
the first payday for a lot of these teams.
Incredible opportunity.
Back underway. We're all square here. If we are all square, extra time will be needed. Certainly feels like over the last 25 minutes or so, Dire Wolves have been able to build their way back into this time. They've always been able to reply. The one thing they haven't been able to do is lead across the two legs at all. I think that's something we're going to be able to see now. We've seen just how crucial the involvement of Jude Bellingham is in this midfield. Played a massive part. In their second goal.
Do you know what feels weird? Obviously, we're in the casting position now. We're up in the booth. When we're commentating remote, we don't hear the reactions from the players. I just heard a roar, and it caught me off guard. I've not heard that in 2.5 years. I've not been used to hearing player reactions and crowd reactions from people here in a venue.
That came from Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas as well, Richard, so I'll do our best to keep up to date with what on earth is going on in that game. We heard that goals have been flying in the second leg, though. They're currently taking on Team Makers Sweden. Bit of a tough one, really, isn't it? Olilito against Oliboli and Optole, teammates at a national level.
I mean, we saw Oliboli and Optole last week. Optole playing in the E-Champions League and Oliboli coaching him. Now they're playing together.
Just fought for a split second there. Might see Messi's first left foot finesse of the tournament. Couldn't quite guide that one in from Dire Wolves. So it feels like the sting of this game has ever so slightly changed. Messi on that right boot, down will be crossing that ball into the box. Instead, be trying to work it in. Mbappe and Kante interchange, the 3 French midfielders.
He's done well. He's done very well, Messi.
Could be an ongoing run there if he can find Pele. Well played, Ruben Diaz. Tex in control there. That blue icon above his head. Team of the year, Marquinhos does get the shout alongside Ruben Diaz at the back.
Might be controversial, but I feel like Direwolves are probably the team looking more likely to go on and win this.
And that's why I think it's played over two legs, isn't it, Richard? Always get such a different second performance. Sometimes it takes a team just a game to get into it, get into the feeling of playing on lamp. Pause has come in from Direwolves. Expect to see the likes of Eusebio, Zidane, maybe even CR7. The list goes on of players that could come off the bench and have their impact on the game. A left foot finesse from Tex, maybe with Messi. No, plays it into Ronaldinho. He'll interchange just as well. Reverse Elastico, not come off kindly. Diogo does well. It's Marcelo still. This is where they are dangerous. Fnatic, Tex in control. R9, Elastico. The skill mover he is renowned and famous for. Casting back to Atlanta many moons ago. Have to move at speed though when you get in that box, because otherwise there's so many shirts in there, it's so hard to break down.
Yeah, double press, and then with the AI as well, sort of dropping off, looking for the blocks, looking to reshape. It's really tough.
Building. Watch out for R9 there, just teasing a run. Messi finds Ulysses Direwolves, back to go Mbappe. Elastico! Oh, it's beautiful! The Aussies come alive in London. It's the first time they've led in the game. You said they looked like they were going to score.
Direwolves. They've not come just to be part of the numbers. They've come to play. Look at that turn. Sends him inside and out. Reverse Elastico with Mbappe and fires it into the left corner. Ruben Diaz, he was doing the hokey pokey. He put his leg out and then pulled it back. Maybe if he commits to that, you might block it.
It looked like it was the animation of a little Elastico there. It was just a complete combination of everything, really. A simple little cancel, I believe, of all to get away from the play. A massive goal for Direwolves, by the way. They just need, in the nicest way, to sit on this now. Make it really difficult.
Make it hard to play against.
People have spoken about this team, Rich. People, heretics down there, were saying, one team I said, watch out for this weekend. They said Direwolves, who played them early in the week, they gave us a really good game.
You see the little snippet of the formations there in the bottom right corner. Direwolves in that 4-3-2-1 that they've been playing all qualifiers and in a lot of the warm-up games to bring it into the tournament here. On the other side of it, it was a 3-5-2 for Fnatic, looking potentially to change into a narrow now to combat that 4-3-2-1. But I'll tell you what, they don't have a lot of time left. What we got? 72 minutes on the clock played. It's dwindling down, and it could be Fnatic in a really awkward position after game one.
I mean, you say awkward position, Rich. What are we going to see now from Fnatic?
Well, they've got to go for it. They have to.
Constant press.
15 minutes left.
Plus, potentially even some fresh legs on the pitch. And they've just brought on Jude Bellingham. Building nicely, Mbappe finds Pele. This is Fnatic on the hunt for that goal. Off the restart, Tex in control. It's Tex on his own. It's taken just minutes. Minutes for Fnatic to react.
Seconds, if that. You kick off, play it around the back a little bit. Messi picks up the ball here. He fires it into Mbappe, and Diogo just gives the ball to Tex. Twisting, turning, you give him too much space. You give him an inch, he will take a mile, will Fnatic Tex. Slams it into that left corner, and we're back level pegging 3 apiece.
The best way you can reply, isn't it? Instantly, otherwise minutes go on, you start doubting yourself. Back into that team management change now. Back to what they probably were playing about a minute ago.
And that's so hard as well for Direwolves, because we said they look like the more likely, they look like the ones sort of getting into the game, looking to get a goal. They worked so hard, they got that goal, and then what? A minute and a half later, straight from the kickoff, Tex scores, Fnatic back in the game. It's a sucker punch, it really is.
Deep in thought still. Fnatic. It's sort of the case of every team has a captain across this tournament. There'll be one player that's in charge of probably tactical changes. Obviously, there'll be an input there from a teammate. But that means in control of goalkeeper movement, offside traps, the small tendencies of the game, which could be so hugely important. Tsakt naturally taking that captain's armband, and he was the man that just scored the all-important equaliser. 8 minutes on the clock, 3-3 here in our opening game in Group B in the Team of the Season Cup. What a game, what a first introduction this has been to what is to come this weekend. 6 minutes away from extra time. Ronaldinho does well, this is Dire Wolves, finds R9, is there one more pass available? Ousmane Dembele on the pitch, the foot fantasy eye to Ousmane Dembele! Oh, he was close enough to ripple in the back of Fnatic's net.
Oh, it's really, really nice. The Elastico to set it up. Didn't time it green, maybe you could say that was the only thing, but that strike from Ousmane Dembele, you expect it. As soon as it leaves his right boot to be hitting the back of the net. Fnatic here, playing for the last chance of the game.
Looks to be loading up for that last chance of the game, don't they?
They know what they can do.
Waiting until that additional time does get added on. It looks as if Ronaldinho's found himself a spot of right back.
He's doing a job for the team.
Allows room for Eusebio to come on the pitch. That's certainly one thing.
Here we go then.
Well, we knew we were going to have tight games this weekend, Richard. Extra time in the first one between these two teams. 6 goals between the two over the two legs. 3-3. It's evenly split and evenly poised. 30 more minutes to come to find out who will be potentially topping the group here in Group B.
Yeah, I'm just looking across the stage here, which has been set. eFC Ajax just fist bumps all round. They're obviously in the group that we're currently looking at here, with Dire Wolves, MGCF and Fnatic. So maybe a result going the Dutch side's way right there. People starting to get up after their matches have been played. I just saw a very exasperated, frustrated Maestro for Team Levante.
Yeah, doesn't look happy at all there. Team Makers, the Italians, some of the Masters teams, they've been over the moon. It's hard to predict a scoreline off seeing a reaction, isn't it? We're trying to predict scorelines. Okay, that's what Carl Walker's for. We'll check in with him a little bit of time, I can assure you, Richard, to give us some updates on some scores that have been going on around the games here and around the different pods here at the Team of the Season Cup. We know absolutely Levante. They're a team to watch out for. We haven't spoken too much about them. Pamptati and Maestro, 2 players you would never really put together. Did come through the Team of the Season Cup, did come through the Team of the Season Open earlier this year and did qualify. Early start here. Ousmane Dembele finds R9. It's defended well by Ruben Dias. We're in extra time here in Group B, as Ajax have just finished their game. Ousmane Dembele. R9. This is Dire Wolves. Defended well by Vieira, who's the only player that's technically really out of position. See the eminent centre-back. It's a player change and a position change that's been happening for years in competitive FIFA.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that you start the game with. Obviously, things can happen throughout the match that put players in sort of unusual positions. I've seen Pele at right back in our time. Ronaldinho is doing a job at the moment at right full back. This first half always flies by as Fnatic. Loose pass possession, back over to Dire Wolves. And they will probably get the last roll of the dice here in this first half of extra time. And just as I say that, Eusebio quick on the press, and Fnatic with an opportunity.
Mbappe on the hump. Finds Eusebio. Wow.
It's all kicking off here.
It's hard to just not take it in. LAN is just a completely different kettle of fish. Chance from distance, what a save, Van der Sar. Just that raw emotion, Richard, that we have not had for years. That was Crew Esports there, Sergio Aguero's esports organisation. Valen and Iago, the 2 Argentines, up off their feet, screaming whatever in front of each other's faces. That's going to do us, pretty much.
One more chance.
One more chance to get the ball forward. Should be defended well by Marquinhos. And 15 minutes played here. We're 15 minutes away from penalties. between Direwolves and Fnatic. 3-3 the scoreline here in Group B.
Honestly, this is very, very tense.
It's only the first game.
We thought it'll be live 30 minutes. We're in 15 minutes away from penalties already. Incredible, honestly. This is what FIFA esports is all about.
I put a tweet out yesterday, Rich, just some of the names that are here. Well, yes, we're in 2v2 formats, but you can't look past the single achievement accolades that we've had. MS Desari, Maestro, Dulla Mike, Gravison,
Nicholas, Tex,
Nicholas Razek,
Resende, Principe,
Olilito, the newcomers, Levi David.
You could list them off. If you look through the annals of FIFA esports history, this is it.
Any competition, any major tournament.
There's players here who play in it.
Yeah. Playoffs, E-World Cups, you can go around any tournament. Players in this room, 64 players in fact, have all featured in one or two of them and have won them. Back underway. Fnatic from left to right. It was a difficult one for Fnatic this year. Trying to find that teammate for Tex. So obviously Tex had that ultimate control over it and looked at the players that were available and said, you know what, Diogo looks like that fit in. I'll be honest, he has sort of ticked all the boxes a perfect fit.
Chance.
The mould around his play style. Here's Bellingham. This is Tex in control. Jude Bellingham still with Tex. He's trying his best to put on a plate for his teammate in Mbappe. It just couldn't work on that occasion. 10 minutes from penalties to the side. A ridiculously big and important win in Group B. Eusebio finds Mbappe. Could be lucky to get one more decent chance each of both teams here. Pele finds Bellingham. He's off the edge, could be a gift, it's Tex with R9, Elastico cuts back inside, looking for the perfect way to manoeuvre his way around the defence. Credit where it's due to Direwolves, just standing strong there.
He stood up really, really well to that, did Direwolves. And potentially with 5 minutes left to play, they could get the last roll of the dice to send Fnatic down into a loser's bracket.
R9 finds Usman Dembele, that fantasy item that's in a bit of a different position than his in-game item does represent, but nevertheless the French midfielder has been doing a job there. Here we go.
This is it.
Last chance, last roll of the dice for Fnatic, or we are on our way to penalties. Ronaldinho, this is Fnatic now. Eusebio, Tex in the driving seat with the Portuguese star, looks for the cutback.
Penalties.
We're on our way to penalty shootouts here in Group B. Up steps Direwolves first with Usman Dembele. Steps up, saved by Fnatic. It's an awful start. Could have been the perfect start. Eusebio for Fnatic scores.
Direwolves step up in a very, very important moment right now. CR7 from the spot, scores, slots it into that bottom left corner. Fnatic to keep their lead to 1. Ronaldinho scores.
2 for 2 of Fnatic. Direwolves must score this. Savannah, he does. Is it 3 from 3? Perfect pens. I mean, it's Mr. Reliable over it. Fnatic. Diogo steps up, save. We're back on.
Well, here we go. Direwolves to take the lead. Ronaldinho saved. Fnatic now to go within touching distance. It's Pele from the spot, slots it down the middle.
Here we go. Direwolves must score. They need to score. They really do. They will. Simple as this. You score. It's a big win on the boards for Fnatic. It's Diogo that steps up. The teammate of Tex. Save. Sudden death.
Oh my goodness. Jude Bellingham stepping up to the spot. Scores. Fnatic must score. Must score penalty. Ruud Gullit steps up to the mark. Skills!
Oh, we go again. We go again in sudden death. Up steps Direwolves. Foot captain Marcelo down the middle again. Score to stay in it. Save Direwolves. They're on their way. Oh my, we go again.
The opportunity to keep in the winner's bracket is on the line right here. Marquinhos steps up to the spot, straight down the middle. They've read the book. And now Fnatic with Patrick Vieira from 12 yards. Scores! Fnatic maintain their winner's bracket run.
Emotionless. He knows it's a long run, Tex. Fnatic on their way. Ice in the veins, he points to. Commiserations to Direwolves. It says a lot when a game has to go to penalties, just how narrow and tightly contested it was there between the two. Massive win on the board for Fnatic, Richard, in a very difficult Group B.
Oh, an incredible game. And I mean, if that's the level that we're expecting over the course of this tournament, sign me up on the dotted line. 6-5 on penalties. Tex and Diogo beat Direwolves. Direwolves, they're a serious threat in that loser's bracket. Really real threat in this loser's bracket. 3-3 was the scoreline. Direwolves lose 6-5.
Well, here we're jumping around to some more games that are taking place right now. There was one game that made a huge roar. We are literally, I'm talking like a metre away from one of the player booths here. We are seeing all the reactions unfold here live in London from all of the booths. I think we're going to be checking into Neo up against Crew Esports. It was Sergio Aguero's esports organisation's team that he has made, and we're going to jump into it right now. We saw a roar. We understand why now, Richard. 108 minutes. This is also in extra time. It's the duo of Yago and Valent, the two Argentines, with Hensu and Dolomite, one of the youngest FUT Champions Cup winners of all time. This is another ridiculously tightly contested game.
So I'm going to guess that roar that we heard during extra time in the Fnatic and Direwolves game was Crew Esports scoring last kick of the game to take it to extra time. 10 minutes on the clock.
Well, here we go. This game coming to you from Group F. Oh my God, what a horrible group. Heretics in there as well, and Timbers Esports, the Mexican organisation. Not a fun group. I mean, no group's fun.
None of them are. No, I'm not having a day out with in any of the groups. I mean, it's not a walk in the park.
Surely not penalties. I don't think my vocals can take it this early. And it's R9 building for Crew. Very nearly. I'm picking the Dutch team.
Where we're currently situated at the moment, Crew Esports are 2 booths away from us. So if there is a goal, we'll just let them celebrate. To be honest, because
I mean, it might be from penalties.
You'll hear it.
Correct myself. I mean, the German team, Neo. Former players of Neo actually here. Grilla, now of XL Esports, did have a period of time at the German esports organisation. Hensu made a impeccable sort of comeback after quite a quiet year.
Last chance.
Teams up with Dolomite now looking for their final chance of the game. Alan St. Maximin makes an impact. Penalties again, Rich, fancy it?
Sign me up.
Well, here we go then. Neo up first with Cristiano Ronaldo. Which way will he go? Down the middle, it's saved. Crew Esports, have they got ice in their veins this time round in round 1? Maybe not.
I think we might be in for a long one. Kylian Mbappe steps up to the spot, does score. Green timed into the bottom left corner. Crew Esports to keep level. Ousmane Dembele from the penalty spot does score.
Well. Round 3 now. Miss scored. R9 scores the third penalty. Can Crew match it up with Timothy Kylian Mbappe? No! Panenka down the middle, it's saved.
It's a risky strategy, it really is. Ruud Gullit now. He digs it down the middle and it saves Crew Esports to take us into sudden death with a 2-2 penalty shootout record. Great penalty.
Here we go, it's even Stevens as we go into round 5. Jude Bellingham steps up, future stars of Neo scores. Can Crew match it up? They miss, it's a win for Neo. Up steps Gullit. We go again.
We do go again indeed. Alan St. Maximin for Team Neo saved Crew Esports to take themselves into the winner's bracket. N'Golo Kante steps up to the mark, scores! And they go absolutely mental.
That is live scenes in round 1. Valent Yago, big win on the boards.
It's only round 1.
Penalties. I can assure you somewhere in the world, Sergio Aguero might be watching that.
if Crew Esports make it to Sunday and they're in Championship Sunday, I feel for them sets. They're not going to make it.
Perfect start, perfect pens in the end. I mean, say perfect pens, there's a few rocky ones in there. A couple of Panenkas, the confidence.
Yeah, I mean, the Panenka, the dinks, the green time penalties as well. It was an outstanding game. We only caught the last 10 minutes of it, but the penalty shootout certainly made up for that.
And again, it's another prime example of this, Rich. Masters team, open team. You've teased about it. There's just been an element of having to really grind away and get your spot in this tournament. They are a team to watch out for. Valon and crew Yago. I know Yago was in Europe last year, moved back over to South America. Seems a lot more comfortable, seems a lot more happy to be here. Wow, that was one hell of a reaction. You're going to get that from South Americans.
That's as good as it gets. It really is. 2 penalty shootouts in the first 2 games of the day. Outstanding for all of the players here. And look, if this is game 1, if this is round 1, who knows what we're going to see in the next few rounds.
No, absolutely. Again, so much to talk about here still at the Team of the Season Cup. I believe there's highlights from all different games taking place right now. And we're going to see MS Dasari's first real involvement with his teammate in Dr. Nightwatch of Team Falcons. He came out on social media yesterday and announced that the Falcons are here in London. How do they get on in their 2 legs? They were up against M42 Esports, the duo from India, Charanjot and Crusher. A story like no other. It was a perfect start for M42 Esports and a perfect way to kick off their tournament in London.
Yeah, lovely green time finesse shot over the top of the goalkeeper, but they awoke the sleeping giant in Team Falcons. Beautiful play, Ronaldo inside the box. And a finish into the back of the net from Kylian Mbappe at the near post. Plenty of the same here. Good win of possession there from Kylian Mbappe. He won it back and they just countered with poise and power, did Team Falcons. Going into the second leg, it was 2-1, make it 3-1 just inside that opening 10 minutes. M42 Esports did get one back, however. Ball roll scoop turn into R9 Ronaldo. He scoop turned into CR7 to slot it into the bottom left corner. And this game also went to penalties. Team Falcons clutching up in the end, and Nightwatch letting out a big let's go.
He's been holding that one in for a while. Nightwatch, last time we saw him in a massive tournament, E-Champions League many moons ago, where he got a top 2 finish there. As we said, there's been many games that have finished now, so why don't we go and catch up with one of the biggest stars here in London. He's Tex. He's joined by Carl Walker.
Brandon, Richard, thank you so much. Yes, I'm joined by Fnatic Tex. What a game, all the way to penalties. I mean, being here in the studio, we can hear all the noises, we can hear all the reactions, but how were you feeling during that matchup when it goes to penalties, Tex?
No, usually I'm scared for penalties, but I was calm because, like, usually there's 2 people that take penalties now. You take one, you save one, then it's your teammate. So I've got time to process it in my brain. Where are they going? Where are they going? So I played it like a game of chess, and I managed to save and score the winning penalty. But
I did mention that you can hear all the reactions. Some of the players here, they're getting quite loud, aren't they? How is that when you are trying to concentrate, when it's you and your teammate, when you're going against someone? I mean, from where you were sat just there, you can see Direwolves at their booth just up there. Before the game, I heard there was some pre-game antics, people trying to stare each other out.
yeah, no, they're trying to stare us down before the game. So if you see, I saved that penalty. I study it now. You know what I mean? I gave him one of them ones, but nah, it gets loud in here. It's getting loud in here, but it's first game of the day. I can't give all my emotion yet.
Of course, of course. Now, last week you did actually mention that how good it was to be back at LAN. Last question, how good is it to be back here? You said you're looking in people's eyes. You're the best one here. That's what you said to me.
No, I am. I look around at the rest of the booths, and I just don't think anyone's better than me. And Diogo, quality player, really good. So he's had it a bit tough in the Champions League, tight games, losing penalties. So this one, back on track now, and yeah.
Back on track indeed. Well, good luck for the rest of the day. You've definitely put yourselves in a good standpoint moving forward. Brandon, Richard, you guys have heard all the reactions as well, but surely this guy, he's going to have some reacting to do later. We know the emotions coming.
Yeah, I think we don't see those same sort of celebrations, do we, from the UK players there. Thank you very much, Carl and Tex, for that interview. Good to hear from Tex again, back in London, very happy after the Champions League. I think the hardest thing for him is adapting from 1v1 now to 2v2 in literally a matter of days.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not done here in round 1, though, in this first group stage matchup. We've got a game between Inter Esports and CF Montreal. Inter Esports, obviously an FGS Masters team. that being Tor and Resende. On the other side of it, the FGS Open team, Brandon, is CF Montreal, and they are made up of...
Yeah, it's Lou and Hozu that have made up that team. They came through back in December in that Team of the Season Open. Look at that for a start to the result there. Tor and Resende, I mean...
0-0 after the first leg, and
they've sort of fallen apart in this second leg, to be completely honest. Final 40 minutes, I'm pretty confident to say...
We're not going to penalties?
We might not have extra time, and then we might have penalties. But let's just see how this final 23 minutes have gone or so. Flown over from Canada, both of these two players, for the competition. Of CF Montreal. They're in a very difficult group as well. It's Group F they're in. So important to kick off with a win here in the Team of the Season Cup with huge money and stakes on the line. The pressure is building. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo looking for his way back. Could be a gift for a third. It's good pressure from Jude Bellingham. 9 minutes left to play. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a good start for Inter Esports.
Unless there's some magic in this final 8 minutes from Resende and Tor. Back on land for the first time since Milan, when we saw Resende, obviously teaming up with Ethan and 11s.
Oh, 9, can't turn. Vieira stands in the way. I think that was their only chance if there was going to be a comeback.
Well, the numbers have flood forward. The counter-attack is there.
A lot of interesting results happening around the grounds.
Top of the box, R9.
Could be a chance to solidify the result. That is premature FIFA there. You don't need a third goal. I mean, you probably could have got a third goal, but...
Yeah, I mean, personally, I stick that to R9 and wrap the game up 3-0.
They're happy to take an extra 2 minutes out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen very little here in the, 15, 20 minutes we've seen from Inter Esports, all the way back to the goalkeeper. I think that will be it here.
Is it Group E, a good start for CF Montreal, a team involved in the MLS.
Great win against Inter.
Big win against one of the Masters team. Again, it's another open team beating a Masters team. Could be a goal, nothing more than a consolation from Zidane, but they know it's too little, too late. Tor and Resende back to the drawing board for their second game of today in Group E. But that team on your screen, Lou and Hozu of CF Montreal, have done enough to bag their first important win here in London. That should pretty much do us. Added time of just a minute.
I'm just looking across the rest of the pools as well. I think this was the final game to wrap up here in group number 1. Up on the feet, great performance. CF Montreal off to winning ways here in London at the Team of the Season Cup. Inter Esports back against the wall.
I think they're the only team that have actually remained pretty calm after winning the game. They're here for business. They know it's a long, long, long journey across these 3 days. We've got 3 days of FIFA here. We've got group play to do now, then upper bracket to do, then lower bracket to do, and then a championship Sunday amongst all of that as well. So there's a lot of emotion to still hold in. We've seen that from some players. I mean, penalties do bring out some sort of different emotion.
Bring something deep within you that you don't know you've got until you win a penalty shootout, and then it just explodes.
Especially from Argentina.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Yago, you knew you were going to get that. We've seen Yago in numerous tournaments throughout the last sort of 4 or 5 years. He's got that inside him, as you see the final result there. CF Montreal 2, Inter Esports 1. Lou and Hosu getting off to winning ways here in London. Great performance in a really competitive Group E.
Yeah, and you say about that, Resende will be absolutely disappointed with what has just happened there. But as we said, that's it from us two in the commentary booth for this first round. For now, it's going to be over to our very own Michael Bell. He's going to be breaking down some gameplay for us.
Thank you so much, fellas. And of course, we have the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We're going to revisit that matchup with Fnatic and Dire Wolves. I've been hearing so much about Dire Wolves, and usually I'm asking for penalty kicks. I have a request. That has not been the case today. It's already been answered. The emotion is different, and this match started off in a certain way where we saw a lot of offense and an early opening goal, and I love the inclusion of Ronaldinho. He's been someone that's now been used time and time again. We're seeing him in squads. A lot of that creativity, as you see the rebound here and the equalizer for Fnatic. And this was a back-and-forth matchup. There was a little bit of adversity both ends. Penalty kicks almost seems right. You're going to see a long-distance finesse shot as he's kind of setting it up. You're just trying to get that goalkeeper out of position as best as possible. Eusebio, vision, Van der Sar, not today. Top corner, you can count those. They work out in your favor. And again, very, very impressed with Direwolves, and I would not be surprised if they're able to build from this upcoming or this loss that they had in penalty kicks and really take, even though it was technically a negative result, be able to build from that and work it into progressing through the group. As you see Mbappe again working, beautiful skill move. Goalkeeper out of position. Schmeichel has shifted towards that near post, go across the body, and then an instant rebuttal, and this is what Tex is known to do, and you can tell that it was Tex wiggling and working. You see the freeze frame across the body. It's gorgeous, and that took it to 3-all. And then, of course, we saw penalty kicks, and even those, we didn't know where that was going to shift, but that was the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and Rachel has all the remaining results for round 1.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mike. I mean, there were so many results. Every single match has now been finished, of course, in round 1. And like Kyle mentioned earlier, it was so loud down here. Let's get straight into this then and go through these results for you right now. Group A then, upset there from Guild Esports. Obviously, they were our Masters FGS winners week 2. They're dropping down after penalty kicks there. Group B, Fnatic leading that. We just saw the result there, didn't we? Penalties over Dire Wolves. Atlanta United there getting the win. They were another one of our FGS Masters Cup champions. Great to see them. 5-4, I believe the result was in the end there. Group D, Ducks Gaming 1-0 there. Kawasaki Frontal. And then a couple of draws at the end as well. Group E then, as it stands, Blue United 1-0. KC Sports, they lost 1-0 there. And then 2 draws again. Penalties, extra time must have happened in that. Group F, Heretics, a load of results there. Great, awesome. There we go, so a lot of results coming in, and obviously there's 4 streams, so check us out on Twitch as well, because you can keep across all 4 of those main streams. So much FIFA action happening. And champion, and she's going to be putting our players through some different skills over the course of the next 3 days. Liv, what have you got for us this time?
That's right, Rachel. I'm here with the winner himself, Diogo. You just won on penalties. How you feeling?
Very, I'm a bit calmer now, but yeah. Honestly.
Heart was racing, I heard.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, penalties are just a lottery, right?
I mean, my anxiety goes through the roof with penalties, even in Sunday League, so I can't imagine what you were feeling. But right now, I want to put your skills to the test. I've got 5 balls ready for you, Diogo. You get 5 shots. I want to see 5 crossbars. First of all, how many do you think you're going to get?
0.
Zero.
From here, 0.
0. Your confidence should be through the roof. You just won.
All right.
Go on.
Can I start?
Go for a little chip. Yeah. Go. Oh! Yeah, that was good. That was close.
I'm going to hit in the camera, by the way.
0 out of 1, though.
Better hide that camera.
Yeah, they've got loads of cameras. Don't worry. Maybe take a little bit of the power off, you know. I think you're blasting it. It's not penalties anymore.
I can't dink it without shoes on.
Third time lucky. Oh! Close. Nearly breaking cameras.
There's no way I get one.
You're getting it. You're getting it. You can go closer if you want. You got this.
I'm absolutely embarrassing myself.
Right, come on, last one. You can get one.
Listen.
It's like a World Cup final. Oh, 0 out of 5, Diogo.
Embarrass myself.
No, it's all right. It's all right. You're our first person as well, so you've set the bar.
Yeah, I've set the bar very low.
In a nice place for everyone else.
Yeah, I guess.
One question before I let you go, Diogo, because I'm hearing like some strange rumours about nervous poos going round. Can you talk to me about that?
Nervous poos, yes, we all do them, you know. Every FIFA player before a game.
Every FIFA player, everyone in this room.
I mean, if you can ask everyone, if anyone says
Text behind us, I know he loves a nervous poo.
Oh, he absolutely loves a nervous poo. Everyone does. Everyone does. Yeah, it's just you're really nervous and you start getting butterflies and it's got to go.
I heard that's why you missed your penalty, right? Because you didn't get to let your nervous poo out.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly, you told me that. Yeah. But that's awesome. Thank you very much for taking part. 0 out of 5 crossbars for Diogo, but he got the win on penalties. Rachel, it's back to you.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, exactly. Embarrassing, Diogo. I heard that over there. He's shaking his head at me. At least he can keep cool under pressure in PKs. Mike Labelle not able to hit the crossbar there. Anyway, let's move on. Let's bring you up to speed on what is coming up next. Of course, we're going down to the lower side of the bracket after those guys got defeated. Elimination time after this break. But let's quickly bring you up to speed then on exactly how this is going to work. Mike, just tell us what this means for a couple of the teams now.
Basically, the portion of the tournament that we're in is you win, you keep the dream alive. If you lose, you're going home early. So this is a complete elimination matchup. Everybody's going to be under max pressure. No one wants to really be in this situation.
This is game time, isn't it? Go big or go home is what we like to call it. So there's obviously a couple of teams who are in a sticky situation right now. And actually, Guild are one of them. Enrazic and Nicholas, guys, they may be going out of the competition. They're a Masters team, of course. Let's have a look at the 3 games now on stream then. I mean, Mike, you're going, oh, what does that mean?
Well, I didn't expect to see complexity here. They have potentially, or maybe the best track record in terms of the 2v2s, a lot of experience together. Dire Wolves, we just saw that matchup, of course, a loss and penalty kicks. And I will say this, it's very difficult to rebound from losing in penalties. The same way that you can build momentum, when you win in penalty kicks, you feel like the greatest players in the world.
I mean, the 2 massive storylines there, Guild and Complexity. Obviously, Yoxan and Maxi, you know, they've got 2 titles, 2v2 titles to their name. And I think Maxi actually mentioned it after the FGS Masters Cup. He's like, we are going for title number 3. I mean, he's got to do something about that right now, Mike LaBelle.
No doubt about it. Otherwise, people will start to question, saying, well, maybe you were good back then, but not so much now. And even with Guild, there's always been a little bit, you got 2 individual players that are amazing, but is there maybe a language barrier? You got Nicholas, you got Enrazic. Is that maybe not working as this ultimate collaboration? On paper, it sounds great, but maybe there's some communication issues.
And Dire Wolves, how can they regroup after that one? We're about to find out, though, after this short break. When we come back, it's FIFA analyst and Ryan Pessoa. They'll be taking you for the next round of matches. We'll see you in a minute.
Hey guys, this is Leffy again. I'm a professional FIFA esports player for the team Gullit, and today I'm gonna...
And here we go. There is no delay, no lags. EE Full Fiber is on point. Oh my, I can't believe it. I'm that could be good at the game. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
As long as I don't come last.
Oh my goodness! Yay! Come on! Back in the game.
I feel big things coming our way, Himwin, yeah?
He's literally rubbing your shoulder.
Oh yes! He got it!
That is super. Yeah. He's done it. He does have this kind of like confidence about it, doesn't he?
I am better than him.
My territory now.
Oh, how that happens?
Oh, I'm stuck.
Oh, this is how it stands at the end of EE's Ultimate Gamer EE Full Fiber. It's the most unbelievable download speeds.
This case, so I chose to do the Makiti cancel. It opens up a lot of space for my striker and my cam. A very good pass into the box, and unfortunately no finish, but I get a pen from it. I've been Leffy, player from the team Gullit. I hope you guys enjoyed my second masterclass on skill moves. See you soon on the pitch.
always said Razek, he's probably been one of the most consistent FIFA players in the world.
The Xbox finals.
Yeah, huge game.
Oh, it's Razek kicking from left to right in that red strip. He needs an early goal, and he's got one.
When Tex won in Barcelona, who was the man he beat in the console final? Nicholas Razek.
And in Razek, over the last 3 years, top 5 most consistent FIFA pros.
Time to get into our Xbox Grand Finals. Now scoop turn from R9, finds Messi, there's one. Beautifully played there from Nicholas Razek. Well, here's Neymar then. Dolomite goes for the finesse, 8-3.
Typically, if you beat in Razek, you win the event.
Dolomite, congratulations. We are now in our grand final.
Will it be Nicholas Razek? The man has almost got to the summit of the mountain.
There's the drag back. Surely a goal for Razek. Nicholas Razek, congratulations. You are the FUT Champions Cup champion here in Bucharest.
No, I finally won the whole thing. I'm just super happy.
Yes, hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. You are joined by myself, the FIFA analyst, and Ryan Pessoa. And Ryan, to start off with, the first round was absolutely incredible, wasn't it?
Yep, great to be alongside you, Alex. And again, you spoke about the first round. The celebrations were, wow, they were loud to say at the least. Of course, being around some of the boxes and the booths where the players play in, you can hear it right here. And yeah, it was unbelievable scenes.
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy. For the first round on the first day, we have got 3 days of FIFA to bring for you over the next few days. And a reminder for you at home right now, we have got a massive game coming up with M42 Esports up against Guild, which is already an elimination game.
Yep, already you would, of course, associate Guild as being a team you'd potentially say could reach the latter stages, but they found themselves losing at the first game. And again, it wouldn't be a situation they maybe have thought they would put themselves in. And again, backs against the wall early on.
Yes, it already is. We are going to go ahead and take a look at the bio of Guild Esports to let you know exactly who is on that team, which is made up of Nicholas and Razek, 2 very, very experienced FIFA players.
Yes, of course, 2 Nicholases. Of course, Nicholas at 99, just qualifying for the E-Champions League last week, but he's renowned as one of the best players in the world, winning back-to-back playoffs on the PlayStation side of things in FIFA 18 and 19. And of course, he won the FGS 22 Masters Cup. So they do have experience in this 2v2 format, and his teammate, of course, Nicholas Razek, representing Guild Esports, are fantastic. And of course, taking a look at M42 Esports, we have Sites Crusher and Challenger 12. They both won the Singapore Open for the FGS Open in order to reach this stage, and they're fantastic players in their own right as well.
Yeah, we already saw as well with Richard and Brandon saying before about that you already have players that have been invited via their teams and also qualifying. And M42 are the ones that won that Singapore FGS Open. Taking a look at M42's starting 11. What do you make of that, Ryan?
I say it's the staple names. You've got R9 Ronaldo, you've got Pele, you've got Ruud Gullit, you've got CR7 and Mbappe, but most of these players you would associate being staples in the teams. And I'm pretty sure you'd see the same thing in Guild's Esports team as well. The likes of Marquinhos, you've got Ruben Diaz in at centre-back. Goalkeeper, of course, is dependent on how you want your goalkeeper to perform. It's all personal preference. You can see Schmeichel in goal. There's Van der Sar. I think those 2 are potentially the main players you'll see in goal.
Yeah, it is all down to personal preference as we get the countdown and we get ready to jump into game number 1 of round 2 with M42 Esports up against Guild Esports. And I am very much looking forward to this one. Let us know in the chat or wherever you are watching, who do you reckon is going to come victorious? Because there is going to be a loser here and one of these teams will be going home.
Yes, I want to put you on the spot. First time us casting together, who would you say is going to win this game? You're going to go with the favourites. I'm going to say Guild are the favourites, of course, because of their recent accolades. But would you say they could win this game?
I would definitely go with Guild. However, let's just say that there is going to be a lot of pressure on Guild Esports to perform. They know they have to as we go ahead and jump into it. M42 kicking things off from left to right in the red kit, and Guild Esports of Nicholas Razek and Nicholas as well. The Argentine coming over into England and competing over in European region, which is very different for him this season, who has been performing exceptionally.
Yeah, I think that's a key thing to mention. A lot of players would associate Nicholas as being a player representing in the South American region for the qualifiers and tournaments. But as you said, he made the move over to Europe, and he's done fantastically well. He settled in at his new team at Guild Esports, and he qualified for the E-Champions League, which was or is now an exclusive tournament in Europe. So he's travelled over to compete in those luxurious tournaments, and he's done well so far.
Yeah, and as we see already, Guild Esports looking to get on that front foot. Ronaldo making his way into the top side of the box. Little ball roll scoop to come back, finding Kante. And we're just going to see how these two teams match up. Is it going to be a bit of a hesitant start? Is someone going to look to dominate and try and get that heavy press and kick things off early?
The thing is with 2v2, it's very difficult to see. This is the first 2v2 major event we've seen for the FIFA scene, with the huge amount of prize pool, the names up competing in this tournament. But again, you could be a fantastic 1v1 player. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the best 2v2 team. So again, that's something to see. And I think for M42, they come in with, I guess, no pressure on their shoulders. They're sort of maybe they would know that they would be up against the likes of because of build up on the edge of the box here.
Messi coming in, trying to look for that little fake shot, but it is Ruben Diaz who's going to take that away and look to break with Bellingham, but a bit of patience to come back and looking to get control. And that is a big thing that you say, Ryan, that sometimes the best individual FIFA players don't always make the best 2v2 team. So that, you know, you look at Nicholas Razek and Nicholas themselves, individually, some of the best in the world, knowing that they've got to come together and they have got to perform and definitely make it through this game if they can. But M42 Esports looking just to find their way into the game, get a little bit of control, which can play a massive part to just put that little bit of pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, and I paid a little bit of attention to their game recently. They lost their game, it was narrowly on penalties, but some of the goals that they scored was very scintillating, a lot of perfectly executed skill moves, scoop turns, elastico, so they're very, very good going forward. And again, you can hear some celebration in the background, some other games going on. So over to you, Alex.
18 minutes on the clock so far. Nothing to speak about. Both teams and players just warming in ever so slightly. We will jump over to Kyle and go and find out what was all that noise about.
Well, there is plenty of noise, as you can hear. Great start for Complexity Gaming, Yoxan and Maxi. 4 minutes is all it took for them to get that first goal. A very important one for them as well. I'll be keeping you updated throughout all of this game. 2 legs, we're so early in this one. 5 minutes gone. I'm looking at this, and Nom Esports, well, they're going to have to find a reply. They might be able to do it with this attack. As we're actually talking, they're on the attack. It looks like they could be coming close to getting the ball in, but no. Oh, wait, here we are. Oh, it's a very quick response. No curse of the commentator right now. 1-1 it is. R9 getting a goal there for Nom Esports. Those guys making it 1-1 in that matchup against Complexity. Guys, I will make sure I keep you updated. 1-1 for now.
And that is all the action over from Group C. Thank you for that, Kyle. Complexity looking to make their way through with Nom Esports equalising, as we heard, in that 1-1. Nothing to shout of so far in this game between M42 and Guild Esports. Guild on the attack now, Mbappe finding his way down into that left wing. Lays the ball back to Messi, but again, Ruben Diaz, that Team of the Year item, being so prominent in people's teams. Mbappe finding his way, the little shot cancel. And again, a little bit of a rebound, manages to come through R9. And that is a huge tackle and interception for Marquinhos.
What a chance. Of course, it fell fortunately for Guild Esports there. I thought they were going to play the pass to the back post, a little cross with Cristiano Ronaldo lurking. We know how deadly he is in the air when it comes to aerial situations, but they're still building up here.
No, it is. Ruud Gullit being sent on that run, looking to go forward. The La Croqueta cancel, and Ruben Diaz again. That offside is going to be called. And for Ryan, when you're thinking about that extra pass off across in 2v2, how does it change in comparison to 1v1?
I think that's the key, because it's all going to relying on the computer to make the run for you at the back post. You can maybe do a play a lot, but with a 2v2, you're sitting next to your opponent or your teammate, and you can get them to control Cristiano Ronaldo, run into the box and set up a cross a lot easier in that manner, I'd say. That's something that I love with 2v2, the off-the-ball runs, the way that they defend. It's not something where everyone's used to playing 1v1, having to defend, relying on second-man press. There's no second-man press in 2v2. You have to hope that your opponent is on the same wavelength, your teammate.
That you do. R9 looking for that finesse, that red time coming through. Time finishing, something that we will talk about a lot today, being so crucial. And for you at home, if you haven't had a chance to play 2v2 yet, it is very different to the 1v1. You win and you lose together as a team. Some of these players playing with each other on a regular basis, getting their practice in, getting their training in, and just making sure that they're always on that same wavelength. Kante now just looking to recycle back to João Cancelo. Vieira sitting in that centre-back position for Guild Esports, who can be so difficult to get past. Kante now on the ball, finds that pass into Mbappe, edge of the 18. The fake shot comes back in, but again, Ruben Diaz is there for M42. 40 minutes on the clock. Is there going to be a first goal in this first leg of our elimination game between Guild and M42? The ball down the line now to Lionel Messi, looking to take on Marquinhos. Tries to find that pass, but Bellingham covering R9 all the way.
You can see that both of these teams are playing with nerves because of the way they're building up. There's little passes where you'd expect in a situation where if it was a 1v1 tournament, they'd be keeping the ball for the last attack, as we're seeing M42 do now. You want to be sensible, you want to play for the last attack, because if you do lose possession in this situation now, it gives your opponent less time to try and stem a counter-attack and respond.
That it does. There is going to be no added time, so this will be the last attack, and it is going to be for M42. Hakimi driving down towards that byline, trying to see if he can find Cristiano Ronaldo. It manages to go all the way to Mbappe. The extra pass is on. The little step over is the scoop turn. Goes that shot across goal. Vieira with the block, and he does manage to kick that one out. And 0-0 in that first half of the first leg between M42 and Guild Esports. Now, Ryan, talk to me. You said there about at the end of that end of that half that you want to hold the ball, you want to make sure that you have that last attack. Is that something for everyone that's watching at home that they could implement into their game?
Absolutely, I think it's key. We always speak about conceding goals in the latter minutes of the first or second half or extra time, the 45th minute, the 90th minute. You want to make sure that if you have possession around the 83rd minute, I'd say just slow it down a little bit. You don't want to push too many bodies forward on triggered runs or commit too many players to the attack, because if you do lose possession, maybe on the 87th minute, your opponent then can stem a counter-attack and potentially punish you. But that chance there at the end for M42, the extra pass was on. I'd be very annoyed, I'll be honest. He done well to create the chance in essence anyway with Mbappe, but it didn't work in their favour. But I guess you can sort of take a positive from that. It depends on the mindset you have.
I think for M42 Esports, as we said, Singapore FGS Open winners getting their way into the FGS event and just having that confidence going into that. And you can already see that there. Yes, it was a little bit cagey from both teams. They know how much is on the line in this game, but they can be relatively happy with that first half. There were some chances that they had. They defended well. Schmeichel obviously came in with that big save, pushing it onto the post as well. But for Guild, for Enrazic and Nicholas, they will want to come out the blocks and be a little bit more aggressive maybe, and look to find their way. And as we've already said, these players are experienced. They've been here for many, many years. They know exactly what they need to do in those clutch moments. As we see Messi on the ball now for Guild, linking up with R9. João Cancelo steps in, takes that one away. Nice and easy for M42, who now may have an opportunity to break. They do just come back and find João Cancelo. And that item out on that left-hand side, he can pretty much play anywhere.
He really can, especially with the added 5-star weak foot compared to his other items in game. As we see him, Hullet making the run here.
Now it's going to be Ruud Hullet on the header, and Van der Sar comes in with a save at the near post. The cross working out very well, but Ruud Hullet just couldn't find that finish with the head. R9 now trying to find that byline again, but Marcelo is equal to it, and Guild possibly to break from that corner. A dangerous pass across goal, and CR7 does not put that away. Van der Sar, quick off his line, comes out, close the angle down, and that is a huge, huge let-off for Guild Esports.
Wow. That is almost a certain goal when Cristiano Ronaldo is in front of goal at that angle. I think there was slight goalkeeper movement, so credit to Guild for that. But wow, a huge mistake that they were let off from.
And they've still got the ball now. Pele is finding his way through. He drives through, use that little speed boost, gets that shot off across goal, and Marquinhos is there again, and a goal kick. We are going to kick things over to Kyle and get an update on some of these matches.
Well, guys, I've been watching the MGCF Esports taking on Dire Wolves. That's actually in the second leg right now. Dire Wolves have just taken the lead, so they are 1 goal up. There's only 60 in-game minutes to go. I'll keep you updated on that one. Going back to Nom Esports against Complexity, though. Last time out when you were chatting to me, Nom Esports got that equaliser. Well, it's Complexity who are running away with it. It's coming to the end of the first half of the first leg. They're winning 3-1, Yoksan and Maxi. On the screen, I can see them talking to each other. Their coach is there, looking slightly frustrated, even though they are 3 goals to 1 up. But that one is half-time, only in the first leg, only the end of the first half. So there's plenty of FIFA 22 action to go. I'll keep you guys updated as the goals go in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kyle. And Dire Wolves, we saw, had that game against Fnatic in the first round. Went all the way to penalties. They did have the lead. Fnatic, Tex and Diogo coming through and managing to get that win. So that's going to be a very interesting game for Dire Wolves. As we said, the elimination games are already here. It could be an early exit for some of these teams.
Yeah, and again, there's many upsets you associate some of these teams, especially the Masters teams, you'd say. For me, coming into this, I would actually favour the teams that won the Open Series.
Yeah.
Just because they've had the experience and the know-how to reach important stages of tournaments, and to win it, you had to come #1 in your region to win and to get here. So again, they have the experience as we see a build up from the corner here.
Rude Hullet on the edge of the box, trying to find that way through. Mbappe's just moving around, trying to loosen up that gap, see if he can find a way through. But M42 just being patient with it. 60 minutes on the clock now. A chance to break for Guild. Enrazek and Nicholas need to step it up a gear if they want to go through and advance. M42 now looking to be in control of this early start in the second half. 62 minutes on the clock. Jude Bellingham just having that ball out, playing it out towards the fullbacks who can be utilised so well. Big pressure there from Guild Esports, looking to take that ball away. And Cristiano Ronaldo now linking up with R9, just on that centre circle. A little bit of patience. And over the top through ball trying there, which that... Oh, a little bit of opportunity. Mbappe manages to break that away from João Cancelo, but Marquinhos just says, João Cancelo, don't worry, you make that mistake, I will come across and cover. But we've already seen here a couple mistakes. One from Guild Esports early on across that goal. CR7 not finding the back of the net. And then another one there for M42. Can you sense the nerves?
You definitely can. And I feel as if there's sort of been one-way traffic up until that moment. I feel as if M42 Esports are in the ascendancy. And when you have this sort of level of control and chances in the 2v2 format, you have to make them count. And you don't want to rue those mistakes. But for them, again, it depends on the mentality. You'd want to take positives rather than dwelling on the missed chances, as Ronaldo was just offside from the lofted pass. Again, 20 minutes left to play, Alex. Still a lot to go, a lot of time to go. We've still got the second leg to play as well. But again, I still believe M42 Esports have had the better of the chances, but you can never count out Guild Esports.
That you cannot. Two very experienced players, as we've already said, but you let us know in the chat. Are you voting for Guild Esports, for Nicholas Razek and Nicholas, or are you going for M42 Esports, or Sights Crasher and Jaron Job? Let us know who you think is going to take the first goal in this game as Hakimi looks to drive forward. Linking up now with Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm seeing a lot of Cristiano Ronaldo out on the left-hand side, right-hand side, possibly looking to utilise the back post headers.
I think that's something that has to be added into the element of 2v2. It's very easy to have the players that are useful for quick passing and quick turning, but having Cristiano Ronaldo
with the Elastico, Rude Hullet on the edge, just trying to find that way again, but still not managing to go through. And Cristiano Ronaldo, as you mentioned.
Yeah, there's no space with the way the defending is just offside there from Cristiano Ronaldo, the man I'm about to speak further on. But we know, I spoke earlier about his aerial dominance, and especially if you put him up against a fullback like the team of the year Cancelo item, I guess he's 6 foot, he's got great jumping, but Marcelo is smaller, so you'd expect him to win the aerial duel, as we see a chance potentially.
The ball on the edge, Kante finding the pass into CR7, and Hullet tracking back that manual run from Hullet, controlling that player and bringing him across, getting what could have been a massive opportunity for Guild Esports. Getting inside that 18-yard box, which, as you said, can be so crowded, so difficult. Those chances come few and far between.
They really do, and especially in this FIFA anyway, in a 1v1 format, those chances are ones you'd associate with having a clear enough chance at goal. But we spoke about the run from Hullet, brought back into the box to make the manual tackle and to put another body in the area to sort of nullify them from potentially getting a chance at goal. And that's exactly what it does as we approach the latter stages of this first leg. Could we see a chance from either team?
We have 6 minutes remaining on the clock. Can Guild Esports find a way through? Jude Bellingham, that FUT birthday player item, being utilised so well by so many pros this weekend already. Pele now out on that left-hand side, just finding his way through, trying to find a man, trying to find someone free to pass to. João Cancelo will have that simple switch of the ball, finding his opposite fullback, Hakimi. Marquinhos looking to find that way through, like you spoke about already, Ryan. Coming up to the end of this game, players looking to be composed, mature, professional, ensure that they have that last attack. And will it be M42 who will find the first goal in what has been limited number of chances in this elimination game? We've already told you, whichever one of these teams loses now will be going home. 1 minute of added time from the referee. Hakimi drives that ball forward. Rude Hullet now. Can he find his partner in the middle? He can indeed. Jude Bellingham linking up nice and quickly. A little bit of a change of tempo. João Cancelo with a big tackle. And Vieira boots that one away and says, you know what? We will take that 0-0 draw going into that second leg. What did you make of that, Ryan?
Yeah, it was very, very nervy, as we mentioned many times, but a few mistakes that could have led to goals. But other than that, I say it's very, very tightly contested.
It was indeed, and we will go and find out what the second leg result will be very shortly. We'll go over to a quick break and be back with you in a minute.
What's going on, guys? Olelito here, I'm back. Now, in this masterclass, I will be showing you the attacking abilities that comes with the 4-5-1 second variation. We're starting with the wing here. We're getting the ball into the middle, and we have the ball with our right CM, and then turning it on to our center.
I'm here, Jabari. It's Tao. And I'm here. He can't hear you, the priestess said. The pain, we are giving him herbs to help him rest. It's too cruel otherwise.
What are you doing?
Jess?
Taking pictures and driving? Really?
Not safe, man. Yeah, you're right.
Good. Back to the pool.
A run in behind to be able to maybe get the ball in a later stage of the attack. And the thing that happens then is that I'm doing an L1 pass with my left center mid, which makes him create a run in behind afterwards. And we find the pass back to our center mid, as you see here, finding it to the right center mid. The thing that happens here is that I see that my striker is in the middle. And why is he? Yeah, because I used him on stay central in my instructions. So he's staying central, he is the target man. I found my left center mid, and he's almost scoring because of it. Thank you so much for watching my masterclass. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, see you on the pitch.
To Singapore.
The pressure that will be on them. They will be the first Indian competitors to qualify for a major tournament. That is massive.
Starting off really well here. Wow. Last minute.
Involved in everything, and that's the goal they need to bring them all square. Crusher didn't have a team a month ago. Now he's got a team. Last chance saloon for India. Neres! It might be ugly, but the whole of India do not care right now. M42 Esports are making history for their country as a whole.
Yes, and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup FGS event here in London. You're joined by myself, the FIFA analyst, and Ryan Pessoa. And we just watched what was a very cagey affair in that first leg of the second round, which is an elimination game between M42 Esports and Guild, which finished 0-0.
Yeah, again, it was a very nervy game. I was just watching that video there from M42. It gave me goosebumps, I'll be honest. I love an underdog story, and for their sake, I hope they do really well and they can pick up pick up where they left off in this second leg. I felt as if they were in control. They gave up a few chances, but that's natural in FIFA. But I felt as if they had the fairest share of clear-cut chances in that game.
Yeah, they did. And if you're M42 Esports looking at the opponent of Guild, who are in that white kit, kicking from left to right, they can be fairly happy with that. As you said, they were on top. A few little nerves from either team, but when you know you're coming up against opponents of Nicholas and Nicholas Razek as well, such dominant players over their years of competing professional FIFA, they can take a lot of confidence going into the second leg.
Absolutely, and I feel as if when coming into tournaments, potentially seeing yourself as the underdog, that might help slightly for some teams. They won't have that added pressure on their shoulders. They know coming into this game that Guild Esports are very, very renowned in the scene and have some fantastic players, but they can hold their own as well.
That they can. Now, as we see Kante on the ball with Guild Esports. A lot of runners, you can see, utilising the different formations, different tactics, using the wing with Cristiano Ronaldo trying to find R9, but does go out for that throw-in. Nice and simple now for M42. Just to regroup and look to defend very easily. R9 putting that pressure on, and it is going to be Vieira to distribute out the back. How crucial is that 3 at the back formation, the centre-backs being those ball-playing centre-backs, wanting to utilise the left-hand side, the right-hand side of the pitch, right?
I think it's very, very key to stretch the play with the 3-5-2. You have the wing-backs that offer the offensive threat as well, as we see potentially a chance with Vieira triggered, but there's a huge gap now.
A big break for Pele. Kante sweeping up. Tell me, what happened then with Vieira?
Wow, of course, triggering runs this year and whipping a cross in from far out is very, very effective at just bringing the ball into the area, transitioning from defense to attack within an instant, whether it's a direct header at goal or a header down towards the striker. But when you have Vieira running forward with his stature in an aerial dominance, you could potentially be worried, but it was a great tackle from Kante.
But a very nervy one as well for Guild Esports. You saw that Vieira make that run. M42 just managing to intercept it and come through. As you see Mbappe break through. Marquinhos now, of all people, in that final third. Cristiano Ronaldo driving that byline. Some fancy footwork. Tries to find that pass off across. And Kante is there again, who manages to come through and intercept. Guild Esports now looking to find their way through. R9 out on that left-hand side, driving, goes for that cross into Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo leaves it for João Cancelo. And an easy, easy interception. Messi now just linking up with Food Hullet. Nice and simple. Ruben Diaz just managed to lay that out to Pele. We are going to pass things back over to Kyle and tell us exactly how the games are going on.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, I'm interested to watch this MGCF esports game. They're taking on Dire Wolves. It is in extra time, and Dire Wolves have just taken the lead, 2-1. So they are looking like if they can keep a hold of this lead, well, they could possibly be continuing in the competition. The last thing they will be wanting to do, though, is to concede a goal for it to go to penalties once again. As MGCF esports are in the box, they get close, but unfortunately with Mbappe, they weren't managed to convert that chance, weren't managed to equalise. Guys, I will be coming back to you later on. Plenty of action happening in the stadium, as you can see, plenty of goals, and I'll be keeping you updated.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kyle. As a chance coming through for M42 then. You did see Mbappe trying to get that fancy footwork to find his way through. But again, what has been a cagey affair. At that last ditch, every single time, Ryan, there's a defender there.
There always seems to be, and I thought as if he slightly overplayed it, if I'm being slightly critical. I'm hearing a lot of goals around, and it's, come on, we need a goal here. Because, of course, how important it is in this loser bracket game. The loser is eliminated, of course.
That they are. Bellingham find that ball out towards Pele on that left-hand side. We will go back to Ryan with Kyle with another quick update. What's happened, Kyle?
Another goal has gone in. When you left me before, MGCF, they were looking for an equaliser, but the goal has actually gone the other way. Dire Wolves have extended their lead. It is in extra time. It's now 3-1, half-time of extra time. So MGCF have got it all to do. 15 in-game minutes to go if they want to remain here in the Team of the Season Cup. Guys, stay with me, all right? It will be, come back to me very shortly to see what happens, because Dire Wolves, after that game, what they managed to do, if they can keep hold of this at half-time of extra time at 3-1, I'm sure they will be ecstatic at that result.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carl. Dire Wolves coming all the way over from Australia for this event, and definitely don't want to be going home just yet. That 3-1 lead, as you said, is coming through for Dire Wolves. But back into this game with M42 Esports and Guild Esports. It's been a very nervy, cagey affair. Some chances here and there, but nothing to put into the back of the net as of yet. As we said, the defenders are just coming in at that last minute. Both of these teams, all of these players, communicating well with each other, trusting each other in defence when needed.
Yeah, they really have been defending well. But again, I say as the time ticks on, you could maybe say that we know Nicholas is renowned as the Iceman, the most clutch player in the 1v1 format, but maybe some nerves will creep in. Representing Guild at the first 2v2 FGS Team of the Season Cup with so many, well, the huge prize pool up for grabs, and of course the stature of winning the first 2v2 tournament is huge, so they would definitely not want to be eliminated so early on, especially coming in as favourites.
That they would not. Hakimi looking to break now. Managed to find that ball, but Marcelo is equal to it. 42nd minute on the clock. We have 3 minutes in this first half of the second leg. 0-0. Big pressure from João Cancelo coming through, but Hullet lays out to Kante. Kante with a great over-the-top through ball. Finds João Cancelo, who drives. He brings that defender towards him. He goes all the way. Ruben Diaz uses that strength, uses that physicality, and just says, you know what, João Cancelo, you're not getting past me today.
That's probably the best we've seen at Guild Esports build up there. The quick passing, the first-time ball over the top from Kante to put Cancelo in behind. They had many options there, but again, chose the wrong one as we go into the half-time break. Still 45 minutes left to play, plus the potential of extra time and penalties if it gets that far.
Well, we've already had lots of penalties, lots of extra time so far in round one. We're in round two right now, and we do see that 0-0 in that second leg. We've got the second half coming up very shortly, but let's pass it back over to Kyle. Kyle, what's been happening?
Oh, plenty has been happening. I'm focusing now on the complexity against NOM esports game. Complexity in this second leg, currently 1 goal up, meaning on aggregate it is 5-1. So they look like they are running riot, let's say. As NOM esports do come into the box though. Oh, great save there by Complexity. It remains 5-1 in that game. Going back to MGCF against Direwolves. 113 minutes on the clock. Currently 3-1 to Direwolves. All of the goals in this game have come in the second leg, and Direwolves just need to hold on for the next 6 minutes to keep on in this competition. Guys, it's looking like they can do it. Maybe time is running out for MGCF Esports, but I'll keep you updated at full time.
Thank you very much, Carl. There will be 8 teams eliminated today as well. So we're going to find out who they are going to be. One of these teams will be leaving us here. Will it be Guild Esports or will it be M42 Esports? Reminder, they won the FGS Open in Singapore. They've got that confidence. They've played with each other. They've won a tournament. Guild Esports at the minute really need to step up another gear if they want to go through into the next round. Bellingham with some nice fancy footwork. Linking back up with João Cancelo.
Yeah, for Guild, I say they need to be able to snap a green time there just wide from Pele. But it's key to mention they did win the FGS Masters Cup for Guild. They played together, but again, they're playing nowhere near that level. They'll definitely be disappointed in the way that this first game and well, halfway through the second has gone so far, because they haven't really offered anything going forward for M42 to be concerned about. If I was M42, as the game goes on, I'd definitely be gathering a lot more confidence.
Do you like that though as well there, having that long range finesse from range? Sometimes if you can't find your way through, would you be saying, you know what, let's take a bit more of a pop shot from range?
Yeah, there's a lot of avenues to score, whether it's the extra pass across goal, a finesse shot.
R9 coming into that 18-yard box, goes that Elastico, Marquinhos again, and Hakimi with some equal strength to R9. Just coming through and taking that on away, and the Elastico just not coming through there.
No, not that time. As and no one stopping to an Elastico, which potentially could have worked. I thought that pass could have been played in from Mbappe there, but it's whipped in from M42, and it's going into no man's land, and it gives the chance for Gil to potentially spring a counter-attack.
That it may be. Hullet on the ball now, looking for that overlapping run of João Cancelo. But again, that patience, that time. Neither team wanting to take too much of a risk. They don't want to leave any numbers out at the back, looking to always look for that patient way. We do see Vieira go on that run, and Marcelo possibly looking for that, chooses to cancel that cross as Vieira going into that offside position. R9 now on the edge of the 18, uses the Messi with that little 1-2, goes that cross to the back stick. João Cancelo, green time, but a big block again from the defender. We spoke about every time either one of these teams is getting through in on goal, there's always that one last defender saying, you know what, I'm going to close the door, you're not getting through. Across to the back stick now, Van der Sar claims with these.
That was more like it from Gil. They built up again, and they're using that run from Vieira as an option because one of the players has to track the run.
Yep.
Or maybe bring the goalkeeper out. It's another thing to think about. When whilst they're doing that, they're building up slowly into the area for them to have that chance. Maybe you could say an extra pass could have been played, being slightly critical, but they timed it perfectly green. And if there wasn't a man in front of there, it could have been a goal, as we see a potential chance.
Here's Mbappe on the edge of the 18-yard box. He finds his way through, goes for that green time power across goal. A good effort, but Schmeichel is equal to that. The ball gets whipped in straight away from the corner, but it does fall out to Mbappe on the edge of the 18, who's looking to drive towards that byline. R9, not the one you want defending in that area, but he does enough using that power of his body. Ruud Hullet finds that pass to R9. The pass off across, and that is Cristiano Ronaldo, Enrazek, and Nicholas for Guild Esports. Finally managing to find that breakthrough.
Yes, I spoke about the extra pass, and that is exactly what happened. Building up with Messi into Hullet, a light pass back into Hullet, bombing into the area, and another beautiful pass from R9 into Cristiano Ronaldo, past Schmeichel. And again, I speak about the extra pass being very effective in FIFA 22. Probably the most tame celebration we've seen today from Guild Esports, with Guild, Nicholas, and Razek not really letting out too many roars. Probably just it's a silent outpour of emotion, a deep breath out, and they know now if they can just keep the structure that they've had in this second half defensively, then they can hope to see it out in the last 23 minutes.
Now, you said earlier on about how Nicholas, ice in the veins, we know he's so calm in that area. And Razek at times a little bit more emotional, likes to let the players know that he's feeling it. As you said, nice and calm there. Do you think that maybe is because they feel like they've actually not got into the gear that they want to be in right now?
I'd say for them, if they're being completely honest with themselves, they'll probably say they haven't performed at the level that they would have expected or held themselves to. But what matters is the result.
Yeah.
As it stands, they're in the lead. For M42, we can speak about the chances that they created or they missed in the first leg based on Guild's mistakes. They didn't make the most of them. And now they find themselves 1-0 down. But again, there's time to get back into it. And we've seen some of the goals they've scored earlier on today behind the scenes. And they have what it takes to be creative in front of goal and create that open chance to potentially get an equaliser.
That they do. Remember, they have already come from behind when needed as well against Team Falcons, taking that one all the way through to penalties. So they definitely will fight this. They will want to be a bit more aggressive, looking for that over-the-top through ball to R9. He's all by himself. He's going to have to have a little bit of hold-up play. Finds the little ball roll scoop, linking up with Pele, who goes back. Plays out to that left-hand wing to João Cancelo, who drives forward again. The little La Croqueta finding the rude Hullet. Can he force that way through? Can he find that intricate pass? No, he cannot. Kante now an opportunity to break for Guild Esports. Can they put this tie to bed? Mbappe just forced wide from Ruben Diaz. Diaz doing so well to position himself.
Done really, really well there. Felt the run maybe could have gone towards the other side to give him more space to run into space there for Guild, but they didn't make the most of it as we approach the last 15 minutes now. This is it. This is the all-important game. If you lose, you are eliminated. And for M42, they would hope they could create a chance as a pause is cued now. For Alex, what would you do in this situation? Because again, it's a 2v2 format. One player might want to throw the kitchen sink, as we say, to go all guns blazing to try and get a goal back. Maybe the other player would maybe think there's still a little bit of time left. Maybe don't want to leave too many gaps, but yeah, it's very tough to find a balance.
You know, as well as everyone watching this at home, 15 minutes in FIFA can come and go in a flash.
Yeah.
If you leave it too late and you try and put that press in that last 5 minutes, it may be difficult to get that ball. M42 Esports have 15 minutes on the clock to find a way back into this game. So you would expect them to come out, be a little bit more aggressive. And let's just, as they're making tactical changes, for you, 2v2 obviously being a little bit more new into FIFA, coming through for a lot of these players. 1v1, it can be simple. I make the change, I do what I want to do.
Yep.
There's discussions going on between these two. How does that play out in-game?
I think it's just a matter of adapting to your teammate. And of course, there is going to be a renowned team captain, you'd say. Somebody that makes a decision. Someone, of course, in-game that moves the goalkeeper. Just something as simple as that or creates a tactic. But again, you have to find a balance between both players. They might have a situation where in a 1v1 format, one player is extremely attacking, but then his teammate is extremely defensive. So in a 2v2 format, you have to find the balance and be aware that it might not be the best thing to be too defensive or attacking. It's just about finding the balance between the two players, and I think that's what adds to the element of 2v2 as we see a risky fake shot there. From
that was very confident from Razek and Nicholas with Guild Esports. Just about getting away with it. They'll be grateful to see that one go out for the throw. And Kante now finding rude Hullet. Mbappe makes a brilliant run out towards that right-hand side of the pitch. He's going to carry it. He's got that pace. The ball roll scoop coming back, linking up with R9. And Marquinhos just bodying enough. M42 Esports have 10 minutes remaining to find a way, to find a breakthrough against Guild Esports. It is going to be Ronaldinho now on the left wing. We can see a lot of these ball roll scoops, but so far, Guild Esports are just doing so well defensively to cover the lanes and stop that through. It is CR7 linking up, and again, Marcelo just doing enough. Van der Sar a little bit shaky, but he does clear that one away. Ruben Diaz with a vital header. R9 on the edge of the 18. Can he find his way? Does that La Croqueta cancel? De Bruyne linking up again with R9. And just one too many. Marquinhos says thank you. We now have a massive opportunity to break. CR7 plays that ball through to R9. The sweat is on. He goes for it, Mbappe. And that is what you would imagine, Ryan. Game, set, match won.
Yes, the nail in the coffin from a cynical counter-attack there from Guild Esports. They made it look easy. The pass there into R9. Ronaldo played across to Mbappe, and it's an easy finish, an open goal. The defender couldn't do enough to get in front of the pass there, but 2-0 now, you'd say that's it. It should be game over now.
You would imagine, as we've already said about the experienced players of Guild Esports, Nicholas and Enrazek. But let's just go back. M42 had that chance with R9, trying to possibly look for the reverse elastico past the defender. Defender was equal to it. And as quick as that, you think, I've got an attack, an opportunity to equalise, you're 2-0 down.
That's the ruthlessness of FIFA Esports. You have to make your chances count when they come your way, and especially in these moments where you have to go constant pressure, you have to go fast build-up, direct passing. There's a lot more bodies bombing forward for you. So you know if you lose possession and you don't win it high up, you're going to be susceptible to a counter-attack. And that is exactly what happened. But for Guild Esports, for Enrazek and Nicholas, they'll be delighted with that as they, of course, give themselves a lifeline now into the next stage of the bracket, or the group stage format, where they'll be playing for their seeding, of course. But for M42 Esports, again, they will be eliminated, but they could take positives. Their first line event as a team, and they've shown out to show their ability so far.
And it's something that we do say all the time, even when you're not at your best, to find a way to win, as we see just another consolation goal, 3-0. As we say, it can be a sign of champions. Even when you're not playing the best, you still find a way to win. Enrazek and Nicholas for Guild Esports maybe wanted to step into that another gear, but they are going to be the ones that will advance through. And for M42 Esports, just not finding that way, and that will be them already out of this tournament.
Yes, it is heart-wrenching stuff. Travelling to an in-person tournament, the team of this season cup, it is of course devastating to be eliminated. But for Guild, they can build on this. Again, this is what separates the best players from the great players, the top tier. They're able to win when not necessarily performing the greatest. And yeah, that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, it was. Well done to Guild Esports, who will advance through, and commiserations to M42, who will be leaving this tournament. But we've had some very interesting games, as we've already been speaking to you about. Complexity and Nom is one that has been going on so far. So we'll jump into that in just a second and let you know how that game is going. Complexity obviously losing their first match and will want to go through. But Nom is a team that you would expect to do so well. How do you make that matchup go?
It's a tough one. That group is very, very difficult, and we know the players that compete in either team. So again, it's going to be very, very tough, and interesting to see what happens as we go over to Complexity versus Nom Esports and see what's happening right now. But again, both of these players, or these teams, I should say, for all four players involved, it's tough because they know the stakes are really, really high, and they're already playing an elimination game. So as early on as it is, and Complexity have won a team of the E Club World Cup before. As we see now, they are 6-3 up against Nom Esport, and it definitely looks as to be game over. A 3-goal deficit for Nom looks extremely unlikely to overturn. As you can see, we can hear, sorry, some of the celebrations in the background from another matchup.
That is 01 Esports, who are very passionate right now. By the sounds of it, they've either won their match or managed to get an equaliser. But it is going to be Complexity with the 6-3 win on aggregate, advancing through against Nom Esports, which possibly a little bit of an upset there. But for Complexity, they will be very, very happy to lose that first match and do what looks like a fantastic performance to go through and advance through into that next stage. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, as I said, that group for me is, you would say it's as weird as it's the group of death. I think it's harder to pinpoint who you'd say could be eliminated from that group. And Nom Esports, of course, winning the Frankfurt Open to reach the FGS Team of the Season Cup up against Complexity Gaming, of course, a Masters team. So the Masters team have done their job to keep themselves in the competition, keep themselves fighting. But again, commiserations to Nom Esports. Fantastic players and organisation, but they'll be back for sure.
That they will. Congratulations to Complexity, coming all the way over from America. Joxan and Max, two very experienced players as well, been around for a very long time in the scene, doing enough, which we've spoke about it again, that when you play that first match, you can't afford to have 2 losses, right? You have 2 losses, you're out of this tournament. You take that first loss, even when you may have played okay, you may have played a little bit better than what you would have anticipated to, but to then go into that and say, if I lose this game, I'm out of this tournament. So the pressure was on, and Complexity managed to rise up to that challenge.
Yeah, they've done what they needed to do, and again, I spoke about them winning the Club World Cup in the previous years, but they've done well today in order to progress into the next stage, and yeah, they've done what they needed to do.
That they did. We will pass things over to Mike, who will be giving us all the analysis from some of the games.
Thank you, fellas. Welcome back to Analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and we're going to revisit, we're going to look at the Guild matchup and that progression. Getting a win, getting that result is crucial for them to keep their dream alive, that lifeline, and you're targeting these attacking players. As you see the highlights, it's always going to be where you're looking to penetrate, and what you're doing with this is looking for creative methods and intangibles, kind of a mix and match between them. You're going to have an extra pass to Ronaldo, steps into space, first time finish, and because you go first time, goalkeeper movement doesn't matter, can't adjust, can't react quick enough, and it was the opening goal, and it really shifted the energy and shifted just the tempo of this game. That's been the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and I believe that Kyle is downstairs, and he's talking to Rasik.
Oh, Mike, I'm actually with Nicholas. Yeah, Nicholas99FC. What a game that was just there. After your first result, to have to come back, to have to ensure that you get a victory, the pressure felt like it was on. Were you feeling the pressure?
Yeah, a little bit. I think because it's 2v2, so it's different. You are like maybe sharing the pressure. But I think I was okay. I think we improved. I think the second leg, I think the M42 guys deserved the first leg, but we deserved the second one, maybe a draw. But I think that's it. You need to score the goals. They didn't. It's unlucky for them, but we did in the second leg. So I think now we are. Maybe you know you need a win to feel like really better. So we are okay now.
Now, LAN events are back. Obviously, you've had a little bit of experience of that last weekend, but here we are once again, and everyone's watching. We were laughing before. Some of the Inter Esports guys were having a laugh and a joke with you. Are you feeling that pressure at times, knowing that all the other pros, they're sat here, they're watching you, you can hear their reactions as well in their games?
I really like, was the last weekend was 1v1, now it's 2v2, and 2v2 is different. I really like 2v2, it's so fun for me. It's like you have a teammate, you are sharing like pressure, as I said, you are sharing many feelings. And to be here with my teammate or meeting again another players is really good, because was many times, I don't know, the Inter guys here, Torre and Resende, I didn't see them like 2 or 3 years, so it's nice to be back here.
Definitely is nice to be back here. Final question, just want to talk about your partner for the weekend and Rasik. Obviously you said that you're sharing that pressure, but it must also be great to have somebody there with you, someone that's such a great pro as well, that you can both bounce off each other. It seems like you're a great team.
Yeah, I think so. We have a lot of experience. A good thing we have is like he's like more like I'm more possession gameplay, and he's like really straight, so we can share sometimes make possession style, and sometimes go straight, go forward. So I think that's okay, and I really like my teammate.
Definitely. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend. It was great to catch up with you once again. Guys, it's brilliant to see and hear all the reactions from all the players. To be here stood next to the players as well. You're seeing all the action, all the incredible goals. Rachel, Mike, what have you made of this guy? The Iceman, Nicholas99FC.
Well, he's still pretty chilly, isn't he, Kyle Walker, at the moment? I love to see Kyle not in a box as well. Oh, 6'5" of you? I don't know how tall you are.
You're rounding up for Kyle right
is
now.
tall right now, making Nicholas there look really short. But obviously, they faltered, didn't they, Guild, in leg number 1, or match number 1, sorry. They've come back fighting now. They play another game, of course. What did you make of the tactics between Rasik and Nicholas, and what they bring together as a team there?
Well, they've been slow to get started, and they're both individually so accomplished that there is that challenge of being able to mix and match and put together a final package that works for both of you, and you're still prolific. I would say Nicholas is the most structured FIFA player that we have, just in all of competition. So we talked about playing structured and then playing with that straight line. I really thought it was an interesting interview from Kyle.
Totally. I never know as well which one's kind of the coach, which one's the leader between those two, because they are such class players. Okay, but we did have to say goodbye to 3 teams after that round. Let's bring you up to speed on exactly who is out of the competition so far. Of course, Guild there, 3-0 over M42, meaning we say goodbye to that team. From Group B, it was Dire Wolves. They got the win, finally, 3-1 over MGCF Esports, who we say goodbye to as well. And then in Group C, Complexity with that awesome 6-3 result over NOM Esports, meaning NOM Esports, unfortunately, are saying goodbye at this early stage in the competition as well. We'll lose 4 more teams as well shortly. Mike, again, NOM, M42, MGCF, commiserations then, but what quickly did you make of the 3 teams there?
Some of them were a little more inexperienced, especially when you're looking at Sharonjot, who is in that online era, of course, and this is always good to build on. Biggest surprise, maybe Nam for me. I really believe in a couple of those guys, again, as individuals. Therefore, you think, well, maybe it'll translate. But the talent here is unparalleled, unmatched. You're talking about the world's best.
It is indeed. And talking about talent, I think Liv Cook has some more talent on the Astro for us. Oh, she has Enrazic now. What are you going to get Enrazic to do, Liv? I'm concerned, actually.
I feel like all the players are concerned when I'm on screen because you know it's going to be action. We're going to be bringing out a ball. We're going to be doing some skills. Razik, first of all, how are you feeling about the competition so far?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's the first LAN tournament in 2 years, so I was really looking forward to that, and it's really nice.
Yeah, doing well so far. You got the win. I'm hearing that they're calling you Mr. Consistent. Talk to me, where does that nickname come from? I feel like it's self-explanatory, but come on.
Yeah, I think I've been always really consistent. In like the last, I don't know, 5 years or so, like till 20, I didn't even win. I was like always in the top 4, but never won. And so, yeah, I think I was always really consistent.
Well, I love me some consistency. I want to see how it translates into the physical. So I have got 5 footballs for you. It's not a crossbar challenge like we did with Diogo. It is in fact an accuracy challenge. So I want you to get that ball into that mini goal. But, little twist, each ball you use, you have to use a different body part. So it could be inside of your foot, could be outside of your foot. You could head it if you want, whatever you want. Creativity's up to you. Let's see how many you get out of 5.
Okay.
Let's go. Oh, we started with a miss. You have to warm up. You have to warm up, yeah?
I will go with weak.
First time flexing your leg, it's fine. Better with the weak foot. Are you right-footed?
Yeah, I'm right-footed.
But better with your weak foot. Oh, let me move that. Let me move that. All right, go on.
Ravona. Pass auf.
Oh, a Rabona! Oh, he's done it! All right, fair play, fair play. Yeah, that's my favourite so far. That's better than the crossbars. Ooh, posting, you've moved our net, but we're going to roll with it. You can adapt, right, Mr. Consistent? Yeah. I mean, I don't think it was a different part of the foot either, so we'll just pretend that one never happened.
Yeah.
Good effort, though. Rabona was my favourite. I'm excited. How are you feeling ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we got one more game today for the winner bracket.
That's to get the seed in as well.
Yeah, so we want to win that, and then looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, exciting times. Rachel, back to you.
Thanks, Liv. I'm not sure what's more difficult, Kyle's interviews or Liv's little skills there. I'm not sure. The players will have to tell us that one. Mike, though, let's get into the next 4 matches and we're seeing on stream. Again, they're all elimination matches, all crucial here. Obviously, a win means you stay to fight another match. A loss means see you later. I mean, this one, on stream A, Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas taking on Team Footwood, and they are opposite each other as well in the stadium. They can stare each other out, but then Timbers, your mates are in this one.
Yeah, you don't want to miss any of this action. Obviously, Stream A with Footwiz, and you see Ninjas in Pyjamas being an early favorite, maybe going home early. Stream B, I would say with Neo as well. You got Dolan Mike, you have a champion in there.
And hang on, let's look at Houston Dynamo. Mike's Bezzy is in there as well. George Adamu and Remy taking on Levante United, Pap City and Maestro. I mean, these are massive matchups, guys. If you're not sure about these players, again, George Adamu, right, he was the EMLS champion back in 2020. These guys are top-level players. Going up against Maestro, who is exceptional. He's a World Cup winner himself.
And he was one step from going to the next portion of ECL. I'm sure that's sitting with him. If he went out early here, he's going to feel a certain type of way. I don't know if he'll be returning with Pabs. I'm not trying to put that energy out there, but I'm just saying it could happen. And then even with Inter, the 2 Brazilians collaborating, I expect Tor and Resende to do well. These guys have been very gifted and talented. They've had a showcase they really put on for the culture.
Well, Mike, this is cutthroat FIFA at its finest. 5 minutes 30 until your next matchup. 4 more teams are going home, okay? So join us after the break and we'll lose 4 more teams. It'll be with Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. We'll see you then.
I'm on screen.
Hey guys, my name is Max. I'm a professional FIFA player for Complex.
And here we go. There is no delay, no lags. EE full fiber is on point. Oh my, I can't believe it.
I'm
that
so
could be,
good at the
that
game.
could be the, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
As long as I don't come last.
Oh my goodness! Yay! Come on! Back in the game.
I feel big things coming our way here, Munya.
He's literally rubbing his shoulder.
Oh, yes! He got it!
That is super. Yes. He's done it. He does have this kind of like confidence about it, doesn't he?
I am better than him.
My territory now.
Oh,
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jamie here, professional FIFA player for Team Footwiz, and today I am back with another EA Masterclass. I'll be focusing on my 2 attacking presets in-game.
I was talking to a woman in Ruskin Court, and she said she's on a diet, says Joyce, finishing her glass of wine. She's 82. Zimmer frames make you look fat, says Ron.
See here, we unfortunately lose the ball and turn it over, but however, our players straight away pressing after we lose our possession to win the ball back in an attacking position, which then means we have an easy shot on target we wouldn't normally have. And now I want to talk to you guys about my ultra attacking tactic, which is my high risk and high reward last chance saloon tactic on FIFA 22. So as you can see here with our ultra attacking tactic setup, we do lose the ball in our opponent's box late on in the game. However, the importance straight away, as you can see on the mini map, in this freeze frame of having 90 depth on our team. The only 2 players that are back are our centre backs, and that's all you want. Every single other player on the pitch is high up and obviously constant pressure on as well. It means they're suffocating my opponent, and as we progress the clip, we're able to win the ball back in a position like this where we're swarming my opponent's defense and we're able to win the ball back quickly. So that was my attacking and ultra attacking masterclass for you guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the pitch.
Well, what an incredible day one it has been so far at the FGS Team of the Season Cup. Let's have a quick look at some of the highlights from the games that have been happening. Timbers Esports taking on Team NEO. Team Neo, yes, this first leg, let's have a quick look at how both of them got down. As you can see, Timbers Esports, they were the ones to open up the score in 37 minutes in. Both of them, you can see how much it means to them. Team Neo, though, made up of Hensu and Dullen Mike, they made sure that they were pushing to come back into the game. As you can see here, leveling the scores on 49 minutes. Interesting with Dullen Mike there. I saw his reaction after his other game where he was beaten. He was not happy. And scoring this second goal, you can see just how much it means to him. It did not stop there, though. They managed to get a third going into this second leg, and they ensured that all of them were going through as winners after leg one. Right, let's get into some more gameplay. Richard, Brandon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carl. Yes, great to see some of the results taking place here in other elimination games. Must be said, Hensu and Dullen Mike, they've got chemistry there. They've been teammates at a national level since the start of this E-Nations qualification process, and they're currently on the way to saving their tournament status. Let's turn our attentions back to our match in focus, though. It's between these two, Footwiz and Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. We left it at the halfway point with only one goal to talk about, Richard.
Yeah, we did. It was for a mistake as well, if you did miss that opening leg. Went for a switcher play from left back to right back. Did Team Footwiz slightly under hit. Team Ninja in Pyjamas just capitalised on that error at the back. R9 Ronaldo belting down on goal and just slotted it past the goalkeeper into the far corner. I'm intrigued to see how this second leg does start, as there is plenty of opportunities for Footwiz to maybe get back into this game.
5 minutes in. This second one, absolutely, Richard. We need to see more from Team Footwiz. They want to stave their tournament status. Chance, Ninjas in pyjamas! Just everyone seemed a little bit off balance there. Mbappe is back to goal. Pele wasn't rightly just about adjusted. Golden chance squandered. And it could have been 2 goals to the good.
Maybe it should have been 2 goals to the good, and Footwiz come down the other end.
Mbappe finds João Cancelo. Team Footwiz on the hunt for that all-important equaliser. Big tackle, Jude Bellingham back defending.
They've struggled at the moment, have Team Footwiz, just to get that final opportunity, whether it's the dribble, a skill move, a pass, just that last fine bit of detail in the opposition box. That's where they've sort of broken down a number of their attacks. Maybe looking to find it here.
Just look how organised Ninja in pyjamas are, team. Look,
They've made it hard
look at the player switching there. Every single time. Pele's back defender. They're trying their best to narrowly... Look, there you go. Pele can't get anywhere past Jude Bellingham on that occasion. It's just so regimented.
Yeah, they have made it very hard for them in the offensive aspect, because defensively, Team Hulk Ninja Pyjamas have been so good. They've just not let them have any space. I think they are playing that 5-back. Team Hulk Ninjas in pyjamas, Hakimi and Cancelo as the wing backs, and then the 3 centre backs: Vieira, Ruben Dias, and Marquinhos.
What's that run of R9? Mbappe can't get past Marcelo. His foot captain in game item deemed good enough for pros to feature in this team. We'll see the team of the season just around the corner. Hours away. Who knows throughout the remaining of the year how teams could change a bit more. Better though, Zidane taking a bit of a gamble from that far out.
I thought Van der Sar was rooted there for a second. The ball just seemed to sail towards his far post. Didn't even move. Did the ex-Champions League winner.
Zidane does get a start. His prime marker moment is certainly another great option you can choose.
Yeah, I really do like that prime icon moment, Zidane, just for the simple fact that he can defend, but also his offensive ability is second to none with the 5-star, the height, the physicality that he offers you. He's such a viable option.
Chance on a play, literally on a play for Mbappe. I think they're just as in disbelief as we are.
Have to score. They've had 2 like that. 1 in the first leg, 1 in the second leg.
They can't react. They have to just get back onto it and hunt down for another goal.
It's such an opportunity, an easy opportunity to score. You wonder how this game, maybe it hasn't been wrapped up yet, but it's not been. And that's what you have to remember.
Came from a mistake again. João Cancelo picked up the pieces, laid it into... Might have been Pele at the time. It was on a plate for Mbappe, literally. Somehow spooned it wide of the left-hand post. Building up again now. This is nice from Team Hulk Ninja in pyjamas. They've made it really difficult for Footwiz. Little Astico finds Pele on his own. It was brave to go on his own. Maybe a bit too much.
Yeah, that's greedy where I'm from. The chance of scoring, an opportunity inside the box there where you've got 2 defenders in front of you. Granted, there's not a guaranteed pass on. A little bit of patience maybe. Just, is that angst? Potentially a little bit of anxiety creeping in there for Team Hulk Ninja pyjamas. They'll know that they should have wrapped this game up by now with the chances that they've squandered. A 1-goal game is a dangerous scoreline.
I mean, Team Footwiz, if these chances aren't going in, Richard, they're going to think, you know what?
This is our day.
They are still in this game massively. They just need to get the ball together. It's building an attack. Oh no, and is he onside? Big tackle, Ruben Dias does give possession back again to Team Hulk Ninjas in pyjamas. Just got to weather these storms. However, they're relentless, these storms. Hakimi, in he goes towards that back post again. Defended well by Mbappe, who's pinned back in his own box.
It's not just a storm, it's a monsoon.
Whatever it is, hasn't stopped since the start of this second leg. Just how good they've been able to get these fullbacks involved. Look at Cancelo that time. Something's got to give here for Levy and Olilito. Because they're going to be able to break. Cheeky chip over the top. Cancelo's been superb. Him and his teammate Ruben Diaz. They've picked up a Team of the Year in-game item. They have been irreplaceable ever since they've come out.
I just see Team Hullet Ninja Pyjamas as soon as into half-time here.
I mean, what needs to be said at the halfway point, probably from Footwiz down, who sits behind his players now?
It's a tough one because at 1-0, you don't go for the game yet, in my opinion, because if you go for it and then lose 2-3 goals very quickly, Ruud Gullit couldn't find a man and that will take us into half-time, you probably kick yourself thinking, I didn't need to go for it yet. I didn't need to really push on for the game. But you see the stats there, it's been relatively a dominant stage in that 0-0 45 minutes.
Yeah, half-time here. Carl Walker, there's been some full-time results, I believe, from around the other games. Let us know what's happening.
Yeah, well, before Team Neo were 3-1 up when you came to me. Timbers Esports, though, have managed to score 2 in this second leg. 48 minutes gone. It's now 3-3. I'm sure Dullen Mike will be hoping that he doesn't lose this one again. As Team Neo come close, they do. They score just like that. And you can see on the stream B just how much it means to Dullen Mike. His reactions have been incredible today. Jumping across, though, to Stream D into Esports against Case Esports. As I said, Case Esports, they scored in the 90th minute before in that first leg. Well, into Esports, they managed to score 2. They're now winning 2-1. 60 minutes gone in that one. In the second leg, guys, come back to me for more updates.
Thank you very much, Carl. Plenty of goals going in other elimination games. Inter involved, Neo Esports also involved with their German duo Hensu and Dullen Mike. We'll keep up to date with all of those games here taking place at the Team of the Season Cup. Back to this one, though. It's 45 minutes, Richard, for Team Footwiz to save their tournament status. It's that simple.
And this game is far from over. It's far from done because they only need one good opportunity. They need one chance to Team Footwiz to take us into an extra time penalty shootout scenario.
Team Hullet and Ninja Pyjamas, they've just been creating, though, Richard. Chance after chance.
But they've not been converting. They might have been creating, but they've not been converting.
Here's another one of those chances, potentially. Pele. On his own, Pele still. Recycles well. Out of Bellingham and R9. They just look relentless when they go forward. But they have to give themselves confidence that Footwiz are just about managing with it. Yes, there might be a seed of luck with that Mbappe miss, and there has been a few big saves they've had to rely on from Van der Sar. But regardless, they're dealing with it. They just have to have a bit of belief to go forward and say, we're only one goal behind it. You're right to say it, Rich. All they need is one good chance, one piece of magic. Or fortune. R9 very nearly getting that slice of fortune.
I like the play as well. That ball played down the far side. You saw R9 just trying to get in front of his marker. Hullet with a big win in the middle of the pitch. And potentially numbers coming forward here for Footwiz.
Brilliant ball, finds R9. Is there a finesse on? He's timed it red.
That's a good chance.
It's a confidence builder, that's what it is.
If that's green, we might be looking at a 1-1 scoreline.
Timing of the shot just slightly off there. They will be made to pay for it now. Mbappe in a runner race with Ruben Diaz. Mbappe, R9 on a play. Bellingham! That's the second goal they've been looking for. Finally, they have it.
And we just hear there Olelito saying that's all you to Levy. The extra pass into the path of Jude Bellingham. Van der Sar, no chance at all. You put 2 goalkeepers in, they're not getting close to that one. High into that top left corner. And that's maybe the final blow for Team Footwiz. I know they've got 27 minutes left to play. But they're so good defensively, are those 2 players on your screen. Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas. Change has been made on both ends here.
Sort of seems like Olito's on hype man duty as well for that game. I mean, let's look at it. They've been knocking on the door for so long, Rich, and I think they got to a stage where there was a little bit of doubt coming in. Are we going to be able to break them down? Are we going to score? But they were creating. It was only a matter of time. Mbappe did really well. The one more pass was everything on a play for Jude Bellingham. As we said, he's that perfect midfielder. Get forward, get back. That's what you want.
He's like a Swiss Army knife. You need a corkscrew? Yeah, okay. You need a bottle opener? Yeah, okay. He can do everything. can Jude Bellingham. And there's a reason that he released in, what, January, and he's still in the teams now.
Yeah, any future star player that gets a sniff
anywhere near
in these pro teams, to be completely honest. All to do for those two on your screen to the right. Team Footwiz, 2 goals needed. Is it just too much to ask for Jamodo and Marco? No doubt they've got a strong community that'll be watching this live from the other side of the world in Australia.
Plenty of changes being made here for Team Footwiz. I mean, yeah, the Oceania region will be supporting them, but also Footwiz global brand. They've got fans all over the planet. Do the green and black.
They just haven't been allowed to play.
Yeah, they've really, really struggled to break down that back 5. And could potentially, I mean, they lost the first game on penalties against Makers Sweden, did Team Hullet Ninja Pyjamas. You could be looking at 2-0 if they won that first matchup on penalties. Could be a chance for 3 here. Van der Sar does well to come out. Footwiz need something to get their tournament going.
It's as simple as this now for Team Footwiz. Just have a roll of the dice. Go for it. 3 at the back. Constant press. Go for it. Otherwise, you're going to be out of the tournament. Don't need me to tell you. Mbappe. Little scoop turn. Can't find his way past Jude Bellingham. This is where they're going to make it so difficult now. They're going to sit in the back 5. There's going to be 2 walls of players, defenders, midfielders, of white shirts. And you'll be lucky to get the ball, if anything. Lovely switch of play, finds João Cancelo. Look, there's options at the back post, queuing up, waiting for it. Mbappe's there in the air. Didn't time that one well. Bellingham recycles into CR7, who
doesn't need to go forward.
Invited onto the pitch as a late substitution. Game management now for those two.
They've been here before. They know what it takes to win. They know what it takes to also throw away games. And really, all the emphasis put on Team Footwiz. They have to put this Team Hullet Ninja Pyjamas squad under pressure.
Coach Renzo as well, standing behind them proudly. They've got a lovely little thing going on here at the Team of the Season Cup. Everyone can be on the same mic via our partner Astro. Allows it just to be like a communication around the players and the coaches live throughout the games. Pele cut back, finds R9, dives for the ball, it's bouncing around, they needed that, if any chance.
If that goes in, we've got a game. We've got a game in the final 10 minutes. It bounced around the box.
Look at Mbappe, Akers.
I don't even think it'll go in. Doesn't need to.
Why would they lose possession or waste it? We've got a 2-goal cushion to protect. Ousmane Dembele, maybe it will go across now. Cut back, Mbappe, it's 3 goals to 0. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas will save their tournament status. They will be in the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, they'll be in day 2. The question is, will they be going through as the 3rd or 2nd best seed? We'll find that confirmation out very shortly indeed. Ruben Dias was on the floor. Mbappe just lifted it over the top of him. The Parisian playing Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas and continuing their story in this tournament.
Final 5 minutes left of this one. It'll be commiserations to Team Footwiz, who will be leaving the Team of the Season Cup. Ousmane Dembele on a play. No, it's not for Jude Bellingham. It still is just about alive. But they lead by 3 goals to 0. They might be able to get on 4. Extra confidence moving into that next stage of the tournament. What's impressed you about them, Richard?
Defensively, they've just not conceded chances. And I think we saw that 5-back formation. I was speaking to Levi Deweed and Lorenzo about it a couple of days ago in the hotel, and they were saying, look, we played this 5-back, we played it a couple of games, and there are a few other teams who copied it and sort of matched it, but we feel really confident in this 5-back formation, and you see another clean sheet to add for that duo.
Yeah, commiserations to Team Footwiz. Congratulations to Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas. They do remain in the Team of the Season Cup here in London. I believe we're going to be jumping around some more games that are taking place from other matches. That's your scoreline, 3-0. Congratulations to Levi and Olilito, who remain in the tournament to fight another day. We're hearing extra time could be on the cards between Timbers Esports, the Mexican team, and Neo, one of our teams that did qualify, or just get an invite, I should say, through the Masters run. That's a good team, that. Hensu and Dolomic, two very good German players representing their country. Dolomic is a FUT Champions Cup winner in his own right.
Multiple time FUT Champions Cup winner as well. And also, you mentioned with Germany, they've played in the Club World Cup as well. Yeah, there's chemistry there, but they have been struggling, and they find themselves in an elimination game here against Timbers Esports. 5-4, the scoreline currently as we join this game with 15 minutes left to play.
5-4 in extra time. Must have been an early start for Team Neo. German esports organisation. Can find one more goal. Certainly will be on their way. João Cancelo in. Acres of space. They do win, fortunately not a corner. It'd be a goal kick for Timbers.
And I mean, they've won this second leg, have Timbers Esports. It's been a very evenly contested matchup, but they do find themselves one goal down as we approach the end of this first half of extra time.
Well, it's the duo, Richard, Observado and Rapid Bunny, two Mexican FIFA Pro players that qualified back in December.
Remember commentating Divine in the E-Liga Santander Fan Cups all over the world. That was a tournament that we featured in last season, Brandon. We covered that for the majority of it, and he was a really good player in that tournament.
Yeah. Rapid Bunny as well, which is a name that we've seen quite a few times. There they are on screen, Team Neo in the zone, rightly so. They know how big of a game this will be. They lose you out of the tournament. We're in elimination games of FIFA here in the Team of the Season Cup. Nobody is safe. Just a little look over to Team Footwiz right now. Rightly so, just sat in the chair and feeling that result, Richard. It's not a nice one for an event that they would have waited a long time for.
No, absolutely. As start to disperse and move into the latter rounds. We've got this game coming up. If you were interested with Excel, I think they're going to be in action very shortly indeed. Fnatic and Ajax, what a game that's going to be. They've had plenty of battles throughout the years. So they're just getting started here at the Team of the Season Cup. Make sure you join us over the next 3 days to see who will be walking away with $100,000, part of a $500,000 prize pool.
At a time of just a minute in this first 15 of extra time. Team Neo still just about in the lead. Shot on the edge of the box, could be available for her. Let recycle as well to João Cancelo. 1-9. Lovely little cut back inside. Still just about in possession for Neo. That will do us though. Marquinhos out of play, half time. 15 minutes away from saving their tournament status in what is a really difficult group that they do find themselves in this tournament. You can't forget that they have got some ridiculously big names in there that they're currently up against in a very stacked Group F. Team Heretics in there, Crew Esports. They're teams you don't want to play against, are they? But
no, I don't think anyone's playing against
I'll be honest, I haven't heard much
Heretics.
about Heretics today.
Well,
I mean, they've been winning, obviously, that's why.
Just going about their business, aren't they? They've won that first game, and they're going to be taking on, I think, is it Crew Esports? If both teams match up in the bracket, that's how it could go. So, an incredible matchup.
That'll be that's Matthias Banana playing against his old team, Richard.
Where he had so much success last season over in Argentina. So, I'm very intrigued, excited.
They're one of the new teams yesterday as well, Heretics, that were here, as you said.
All day.
About 10 a.m, didn't leave till 10 p.m. They were just grinding and grinding. Coach right behind them as well. Played at least 7 or 8 two-legged games of FIFA against other teams that weren't in their group around here.
You said they won most of them?
Yeah.
It's confidence building.
Spoke to Dire Wolves as well. They picked up a result. They are in the tournament still.
Yeah, we'll see them in action. Taking on the loser of Ajax and Fnatic for that second place spot. But they've guaranteed themselves a ticket into tomorrow. That's the big thing in these elimination matches. You're still in the tournament no matter what if you win this upcoming game.
Yeah, top two in the group, so to speak. Upper bracket run, you're guaranteed $10,000 and a slightly longer tournament run. Finish third in the group. You are in the lower loser bracket. Call it as you please. Team Neo are 8 minutes away unless Timbers Esports can find another equaliser. We'll be commentating our third penalty shootout of today, Richard.
Can't get away from the penalties.
The games have been, the ones we've seen on broadcast, so
incredible,
tightly contested.
Tightly contested, but also just incredible quality as well. The level of the play that we're seeing has been truly magnificent.
Oh, wow. Alan Saint-Maximin. Mbappe, one more. João Cancelo. We might be a fallback, but this time he's not. He's on the score sheet. The German duo of Dolomite and Ensu have saved their tournament status. They are on their way through to the next round of this tournament. He's a player that could do everything, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, João Cancelo, he's so good across the board. Finds himself inside the box, slots it into that bottom corner. You talk about them guaranteeing themselves into tomorrow. That's what they've done. Now the question is, will they be finishing second or third, which will put them in the losers bracket going into tomorrow? We'll find out over the next few hours as they play their final matchup. But Team Neo, probably a team that came into the tournament, not many people talking about them, not many people mentioning their name. They've got winners on that roster. Dolomite has done it at LAN, and that's the big thing compared to a lot of these other teams who maybe broke out in the remote era, in the sort of during the pandemic. Dolomite was doing it back in FIFA 19.
He was in his first competitive year as well. Let's not forget about that. Alan Saint-Maximin looking to drive forward. Is he onside? João Cancelo just offside. Added time of the minute. Commiserations to Timbers Esports. They will leave the Team of the Season Cup. Congratulations. Dolomite and Ensu. They will continue their run potentially into day 2. Stressful. You can see how stressful these games are for the pros. High fives all round though. They are winners in that game.
And that's the most important thing. It doesn't matter how you do it. It doesn't matter what type of goals you score. They're the team who's going to be continuing their FGS Team of the Season Cup here live in London. Unfortunately for Timbers Esports, they crash out of the tournament. Rapid Bunny and Divine had a great run, but just came up against a real dominant German side in Team Neo. And the question now for everyone watching, how far can Neo go? They've picked up a win under the belt. A win can do magical things for you. It can give you confidence, can give you momentum. What potentially could this Neo roster do?
Absolutely, and again, let's not beat around the bush. There's been some shocks. About an hour ago, we could have lost Guild, and we could have lost Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. 2 big Masters teams. He's been arguing all weekend about the open teams, making things happen. Case Esports.
This is what we're here for. This is what we're here for.
Bagged a big goal. That's Case Esports. Literally, there.
Yeah.
Just up there in the booth. They're absolutely loving it. They're an elimination game of FIFA as well. No surprise, they're over the moon. But you're right, open teams, Rich.
What did I say? I don't lie about these things. I said the FGS Open teams, people might not have seen them too much. They might not have the razzmatazz that the Masters teams have got coming into it. But they are dangerous. They've had to win a tournament to get here. Don't count these FGS Open teams out.
No, do not count them out indeed. We're going to head over to Mike LaBelle now. He's going to be breaking down some gameplay from those matches we just saw.
Thank you, fellas, so much. Of course, we have the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and I think you just made up a word, razzmatazz, but we are going to look at that Footwiz versus Ninjas in Pyjamas matchup, an elimination matchup, and I really want to talk about mistakes and capitalizing on those mistakes. It's something that we're going to see at the competitive level. You have an unforced error here, and then look at the transition speed. R9 into space, players trying to recover, but you have that matchup advantage. You can take advantage of that matchup, and it's just maximizing the players in these types of situations. 5-star weak foot. It's relatively simple in terms of the absolute the finish, but it allows them to also play out this matchup and then add to it later on. They didn't have to shift anything, and it was crucial for their success. And these players had already had a loss. You needed that result, but that's the analysis brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments. And word downstairs on the pitch is that Kyle's with Olito and Levy from Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Cheers, Mike. Yes, I am indeed. I'm joined by Team Hullet's Ninjas in Pyjamas, Olilito, Levy David. Guys, tough second game that was. You were talking to me before, Ollie, saying that you're feeling quite emotional after that one. Being back at LAN seems to be taken out of all the players.
For sure, and I think especially sitting in a room with a lot of other guys, you know, like screaming, and I think that gets me and Levy both fired up a bit, and I think we should have won that game, the first leg, with maybe like 2 or 3 goals. Now we didn't. We only won with 1, so it was a very, very tough second game, but we scored quite late and then had 1 more, so feeling good now.
Going back to the beginning of the day, to that first game, it went to penalties. difficult. Again, another very difficult start for you both. But are you working together to ensure that you stay positive, Levy?
Yeah, of course. And that penalty shootout was especially tough for me because he scored all his pens and I missed all mine. And yeah, it's Emker Sweden. It are his friends, so we wanted to win that badly. But I think if we win now against or Emkers again or the Saudi Arabian guys, we are still joining the winners bracket tomorrow, and that's very important for us.
I can tell that you guys, obviously, it's been a difficult start. But what are you actually going to do to ensure that you get over this, that you keep on going, that you remain positive? Because there's some incredible players here, and you're all watching each other, you're all listening to each other's reactions as well. How are you ensuring that you're focusing on your own game?
I think the most important thing is to just keep our heads cool, to be honest. Me and Levi and Lorenzo, our coach, both know that if we play well, we can beat any team here. So the most important thing is to just focus on our game and do our stuff.
Just on other players, though, the reactions, we are hearing things. How different is it from being at home, from being remote? You've had a taste of LAN experience now. How are you feeling about this?
This here is something else, I swear. Like, everybody is shouting loud, like they won the lottery of 50 millions with every goal. And normally I'm not shouting, but now I'm fired up as well, so I'm shouting every goal we score.
Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing lots of reactions from yourselves. Hopefully plenty of goals will be scored, plenty of reactions from you guys. We keep on saying this, how amazing it is to have people here. But the players, they're now realising what it's really like to be back at LAN.
I feel like saying to Levy, welcome to the party. You're like a kid in the candy shop here, Levy. This is how it's like. It's been like this before the 2 years in the pandemic, and Ollie obviously knows it so well. Oh, Levy, we just missed him cooking up a storm there. Anyway, that's what he was doing off camera. Ollie, Mike, though, he seems like the leading figure in that partnership. He's so cool, isn't he? He knows how to get this job done.
They need some sort of balance. You've got Levy who's ready to chef it up. He's going to cook some dishes, and he's telling you about the emotion in here. You can see it during the commentary. Because it's 2-on-2, it's a little bit different. These guys really build energy. And when you hear somebody yell, you want to yell back. And then you've got, of course, Olito, as you mentioned, being a lot more calm, composed. Maybe understands it's a bit more of a long haul.
It's a long haul. It's a long haul flight. We're going over to the, I don't know, west coast of America over here. Let's have a look at the players who have been eliminated. And you were talking about the tensions. I mean, Neo, I'm going to start down there because Neo just defeated Timbers there. It was 4-4, went to extra time 6-4. And Dylan Mike, he nearly pushed over his computer. I went over there and said, can you calm down? Go and meditate for a bit. Let's go through Inter. Got knocked out Mike Nobel to Casa. Esports there, went to penalties, of course. And then Levante, that's a massive deal. Houston beating those guys 4-2. And then finally, we just saw them there, didn't we? Team Hullet Ninjas in Pajamas, they got the 3-0 a win over Footwiz, meaning Footwiz are going home as well. So 4 more pairs there are saying goodbye to this stage. So we've now lost all of our 8 first round matchups, okay? So we'll look to the upper side of the bracket in a short while. But obviously it's time for Liv Cook to do some crazy skills with some players. Liv, who have you got right now?
That is right. I am joined with Ollie Lito. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a bit nervous, not gonna lie.
You excited?
A bit. I hope I can hit at least one. So.
See, I feel like I'm making all the players nervous. When they come over to me, they know they're getting the skills put to the test.
Exactly,
They've got to kick a ball.
Yeah.
It's not this playing, it's physical.
No. Yeah.
And I've heard a little rumour that you play at almost like a semi-pro level in Sweden.
Nah, I wouldn't say semi-pro, but on a okay level.
You're being a bit modest there.
Yeah.
You're being modest. What position do you play?
Centre mid.
Centre mid, so you're a playmaker.
I would say so, yeah.
Your accuracy should be good.
It should be, but I don't know if it is. That's the main thing.
I'm going to call you Mr. Dictator. You dictate the game. Right, the game I've got for you is crossbar challenge. 5 balls.
Yeah.
How many crossbars do you think you're going to get?
I'm hoping for 2. Wouldn't be too bad to hit 1.
Okay, well, no pressure because Diogo went and got 0.
Diogo got 0?
Diogo got 0. So that's 0 to beat. Let's go.
Okay. Let's go then.
Ready when you are.
Okay.
That's a lovely top bins, though.
That was close, right?
Yeah. Great start. Oh, he's done it! 1 out of 2.
Okay.
Things we love to see.
Nah.
You like that top right, don't you?
A bit of like...
I love a good top right. Oh.
Okay, that was poor.
Right, last one. You got to get this one to get you 2 out of 5.
Okay.
Oh.
No!
That wasn't the crossbar, was it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. Nah.
You're cheating on me there. It was close though, but 1 out of 5.
1 out of 5. I think it's decent. If Diogo had 0, I mean, I'm better than him at least. So.
You handled the pressure well.
Right.
Talk to me as well about pressure. How are you feeling about this competition? Because there's a lot of pressure on you. Like, I'm hearing your name floating around. You seem like one of the tournament favourites. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think I'm more used to it than Leif is, as I'm a bit more experienced than he is. But I think it's more like when we are playing good and we focus on our own game, that's the most important thing for now. But for sure, you're feeling the nerves a bit, especially in that first game where we had penalties and we lost. So that was like a hard one to take. Now we play decent again, which is good, and we have 1 more game today, which is super important for us.
Definitely. Well, you're off to a winning start, so best of luck, and I'll be seeing you around. And Rachel, it's back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Liv. Well, Ollie there was a little bit better than Diogo when he tried to hit the crossbar. At least he got 1 there. Well done, Ollie. Right, let's talk about the next round of matchups. This is determining the top seed, isn't it, going into tomorrow? We're not going to lose any more teams at this stage. 8 have already gone home on day 1. So let's have a look at some of the names that we're about to see on stream next. Stream A then, Team Falcons, MS Tasari and Nightwatch, of course, up against UT7. They were the guys, remember, who defeated Guild on penalties in round 1. Ducks Gaming, this is massive. Gravison and Danny Aguilar
I like this matchup.
taking on Excel, Tom and Gorilla. That is the matchup of all matchups there. Mike, I've got to get your thoughts on that. I'm not even going
it's on
further.
the calendar. I've got all the dotted lines. These are 4 household names, and everybody's in for them.
I mean, go over to Excel and what those guys have done. They were a Masters winning team, weren't they, when we had that mini set of tournaments, of course. So they know how to get the job done in a pair. And I spoke to Tom yesterday. He said, you know, we've been kind of, I guess, preparing for this for a long while now.
And who doesn't want to watch them play? I love watching Tom play individually, the same with Gorilla. Gorilla really shifted the game at an earlier point within the competitive ecosystem. And now as a collective again, this partnership and the emotion that you're seeing. I mean, these suites are shaking. You can see it, you can feel it. I want more of it.
Totally, totally. Well, Excel are sitting opposite Ducks, but it is, of course, Falcons. They are going up against UT7. They'll be on Stream A. You'll be watching the King of the Jungle there next to Nightwatch, the master of the game. They'll be up against UT7 after this break. This is going to be tasty.
Mental health in gaming is a really important topic that should be discussed.
Es importante estar bien de salud y de mente.
And here we go. There is no delay, no lags. EE full fiber is on point. Oh my, I can't believe it.
That could be the. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. As long as I don't come last.
Oh my goodness! Yay! Come on! Back in the game.
I feel big things coming our way here, Munya. He's literally rubbing your shoulder.
Oh yes! He got it! That is super. He's done it.
Does have this kind of like confidence about it, doesn't it?
I am better than him.
My territory now.
Oh, how's that happened? Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, this is how it stands at the end of EE's Ultimate Gamer. EE full fiber. The most unbelievable download speeds.
presented by PlayStation Tournaments and by Astro Headsets.
He said, every event I see myself improving, and he's just on fire right now. Ronaldo!
MS Dasari, known as the King of the Jungle. He's won basically everything there is to win. He is a FIFA World Cup champion.
The fake Rabona coming out. Played one more. Finesse. MS Dasari, your first FIFA E-World Cup champion.
And of course, he's been consistent throughout the years.
MS Dasari, arguably the best player in the world.
He's always been a champion. He's won events in West Asia, in the qualifiers, and he's been absolutely phenomenal.
It feels good to be the king of the jungle.
Yes, hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. $500,000 as the prize pool. You're joined by myself, the FIFA analyst, and Ryan Pessoa, and we have one of the most exciting matchups coming up very shortly for you, which is going to be Team Falcons versus UT7. And one particular player that I'm very excited to look forward to seeing is MS Dasari.
Yeah, the King of the Jungle is back. We haven't seen him at a LAN event in quite some time. Of course, the pandemic has kicked in, and now we're back at in-person events. So it's great to see him back competing at the highest level as always.
Yeah, and MS Dasari absolutely thrives for these events, the LAN events. He wants to be here, he wants to perform. We've seen him do that in the past, and this is going to be a match for seeding. As we go ahead and take a look at the team bios, we have Team Falcons.
Yes, of course, his teammate in Dr. Nightwatch was the runner-up in the E-Champions League in 2019. For MS Dasari, though, the list is a lot longer than this. He's a 3 times FUT Champions Cup winner, and of course, the world champion in FIFA 18. So he's, as I said, renowned as the King of the Jungle, the FGS 21 West Asia playoffs winner. So he knows what it takes to win tournaments. He has the know-how and expertise, and of course, the matchup with Dr. Nightwatch as well, I think it's sort of underrated, in all honesty, as we look at their opponents in UT7. Again, a fantastic team. They won their first round today, of course, matching up against Guild, winning on penalties. But we do have Danny Pitbull, who won the East Serie A last year, the 2021 champion. And this year, he also won the Cup 2 championship in the FGS qualifiers, and of course, for the FGS 22 Open. The reason UT7 are here at this event is because Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi won the Milan FGS Open. So again, you could say in some ways that favors them, Alex, just because they have the expertise and the previous experience on playing in a 2v2 tournament.
Yeah, that they do. And if there's one thing that we've heard from today, obviously with the players being so close to one another, is that UT7 love to be passionate. They get their emotions out. We've heard it from their booth. So it is going to be a very interesting matchup. Fabio Rabi having Danny Pitbull next to him, very experienced player, the E-Serie A team winner of 2021, will feel very confident going into this. But on the other side of things, Dr. Nightwatch and MS Dasari as well, equally as prepared for this. We'll go ahead and jump into the match very shortly as the players get ready. You got any calls for this one, Ryan?
Oh, this one's tough to call. I think it's hard to go against Falcons. Both of these players, of course, both these teams have won their first game. So even if they do lose, they still had another shot in order to try and find their seeding for the knockout stage. But I'm going to have to go with Falcons. I know MS Dasari is easy to go with him, but I'm also leaning on the side with Nightwatch. I think he's a very, very underrated player, especially in a 2v2 format. And I know he hasn't performed at levels he would have held himself to, but again, 2v2 format I think is perfect for him.
That it is. So Team Falcons kick things off in the black and green kit, kicking from left to right, and UT7 Esports from right to left in the red kit. Let us know wherever you are watching who you think is going to win this match between Team Falcons and UT7 Esports. Will it be MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch, or will it be Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi? Already we can see Team Falcons wanting to be aggressive, wanting to start on that front foot.
Yes, they are. And I briefly spoke to Nightwatch before the commencing of this tournament. He said they haven't had too much practice, if they're being completely honest. Not as much as they would have liked to have, but that's of course comes with the territory of course MS Dasari competing in another region. But coming back into London, they put the hours in the practice arena up against the other teams competing in this tournament, the best teams that they can practice against, and they feel very, very confident.
Yeah, and when you've got someone as experienced as MS Tasari coming in, as you said, 2018, he was a massive, massive player, big winner on a lot of tournaments as well, and then Dr. Nightwatch in 2019, the E-Champions League runner-up. You can feel comfortable knowing that, you know what, both of these players can back each other. As we can already see, looking for that finesse shot on the edge, but it is going to be blocked. Pele just out jumping R9 and managing to scrape that one away. But Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi, Danny Pitbull, very experienced, won things in the past, the E-Serie team last year, but this year in the E-Serie, a little bit disappointing, bowed out in that first round. So already, he'll be wanting to come back, knowing that he's got his duo. They won that Milan Open for the FGS back in December. They're going to feel confident in that pairing that they have.
They really will be, and I think for Danny Pitbull, in his personal perspective, he'd want to rectify his lackluster performance in the E-Serie 2022. So we're hoping to rectify it with a positive result in not just this game but in this tournament. And again, it's key to mention that the winner of this game advances as first seed into the knockout bracket for tomorrow. They'll be done in the pool play, but if the loser of this game, of course, isn't eliminated, but they're playing for their seeding. So if they win the loser bracket game that they'd get knocked into, they'd advance as seed number 2. But if they lose both this game and the next game, they're still in the tournament, but they would just be in the loser bracket format for the knockout stage already. Yeah,
and this is at times where we can see these players kind of let their nerves off a little bit and actually relax and play the game the way that they want to. Cristiano Ronaldo found that way. The little Elastico goes for the shot. Marquinhos is equal to. But going back to that point, when they know, you know what, we're through to tomorrow, the pressure's off. Yes, this is for seeding. We want to have that best seeding possible. But let's go and play our game. Let's go and play football. Let's make sure that we can go into tomorrow looking as good as possible. Kevin De Bruyne finding that ball over the top to Marcelo, who just baits in the defender ever so slightly. And Maldini for UT7 Esports, Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi choosing Maldini there, which actually I think that's the first time that I've seen him today.
In all honesty, you wouldn't say it's an obscure choice. However, when you have the likes of the team of the items in Marquinhos, you've got Ruben Diaz, you'd obviously lean towards them in terms of stats on the face, the face card for the items. It's tough to say because Maldini in previous years would almost be a staple in the defensive setup for most teams as we see UT7 advancing, but the man I mentioned, Ruben Diaz, stepping forward for that interception.
I heard you say before, Ruben Diaz, you're a little bit unsure of. You love him, he's quick, he's good on the ground. But if he's up against Cristiano Ronaldo, you worry a little bit at times with his jumping. Is that right?
Yeah, that's likewise with Maldini as well. I think the jumping attribute is very, very important. And of course, it has to be looked at as we see a triggered run there, cancelled. I believe it was Maldini making the run forward, but Ruud Gullit this time making a run. Now, that's something that you'll see a lot in the 2v2 format. Triggered runs from deep for the defenders of my mistake. It was Marquinhos for Team Falcons making that run that was cancelled in the end. But again, you're going to look and see these chances that are going to be created are going to be very, very frequent.
That they are. We are going to pass things over to Kyle very quickly. Kyle, give us an update.
Plenty of goals already in the other games that are happening. Atalanta United taking on SAF times Goliath Gaming. SAF Goliath Gaming, they're winning 2-1. There's that one. The first half of that comes to an end. And then going across to a huge matchup. Dux Gaming, Gravison, Daniel Aguilar taking on XL Esports, Tom and Gorilla. Those two have took the lead 1-0. Another massive matchup. Fnatic taking on Ajax. Well, Fnatic, they have scored 2. They are winning. Tex and Diogo will be hoping to continue the form we've seen from them so far. So plenty of goals all around. Hopefully, guys, you get some in Team Falcons against UT7.
Yeah, thank you very much. Carl Walker there bringing us all of the action. We did see Team Falcons coming through. MS Tasari and Dr. Nightwatch testing the gloves of Van der Sar as they try to work their way through into that 18-yard box. But for Dr. Nightwatch, having someone like MS Tasari next to him, Ryan, a World Cup winner, 2018, multiple FUT Champions Cup winners as well. You must feel very confident each game.
Absolutely, and it would be great to be partnered alongside someone like MS Tasari with the mentality he has and the strives he has to become successful. And he's always in and amongst the top players every single year. I don't think there's been a year since he's come into it where you wouldn't renown him as one of, if not the best player in the FIFA Global Series. So it's great to see him back competing at events. And again, for Nightwatch, it's something to embrace because Nightwatch doesn't have the same accolades as MS Tasari to say. However, I just feel as if he has the expertise and know-how to compete in a 2v2 format. I think it's a perfect combination between them. Again, we'll see what happens in the remainder of this tournament. But they started off brightly, winning their first game.
That they have. MS Dasari, I was speaking to him yesterday, always feeling confident. He's glad to be back at LANs. It's where he thrives best. As we said, one of the most decorated FIFA players over the recent years. He's always up there, always performing. So for him, Team Falcons and Dr. Nightwatch, they are looking to get that first seed if they can in this group. A loose pass there from Bellingham, 44th minute. It's going to be last a chance to Team Falcons. Hullet does make that run forward. De Bruyne, can he find him? He chooses to go out wide, and that is going to be offside. And it is going to be the end of the first half with Team Falcons very much on top.
Yeah, I would say they had their fair share of possession. It wasn't too many clear-cut chances, but they would definitely feel as if they're in the ascendancy and they're knocking at the door, hoping that they can break through and get that first goal. But for both of these players in Nightwatch and Dasari, they're very calm, especially Dasari. He's very calm. He's very humble as well. Despite the amount of trophies he's won, he's somebody that he's an ordinary person. That's crazy. He's a fantastic person as well. So not just being a great competitor, having that aspect of being a great person is always important as well. But for UT7, Danny Pitbull and February, I think they'd be happy with the way the first half has gone. They haven't performed to the level that they would hold themselves accountable for, but it's 0-0. They're still completely in this game.
Yeah, that they are. They can be very happy with UT7, just looking to soak up a bit of pressure. That could be in their game plan. Obviously for Team Falcons, MS Asari and Dr. Nightwatch, just about trying to find their way through, get that first goal, and then really look to dominate. But both of these players for Team Falcons, Dr. Nightwatch and MS Dasari, have been there, done that. They've been on the big event. They know exactly what they're doing in these moments. They're probably just having their conversations now and just wanting to do enough to obviously go ahead and get that goal. But again, just as we're in this quick break at half-time, we will pass things over to Kyle to get an update on the other games.
XL Esports taking on Ducks Gaming. That is a huge matchup though. XL coming out on the attack. They're looking for a second. They're looking to double their lead, but not managing to. SAF times Goliath Gaming, but they're still beating Atlanta United 2-1 in that one. Atlanta United, well, they are one of the Masters teams. Vinny and Paolo Neto, plenty of experience between those. Continue.
Inside your head is a 3-pound marvel that rivals any technology in the world today. Sparked by the flow of electrical currents and an ever-changing blend of chemicals, each with a distinct job, it unendingly
Very much, Carl, as we come back in to the game versus Team Falcons and UT7 Esports. Ryan, tell me, with the teammates of MS Dasari.
positives away from it, maybe work on what they need to improve on going into tomorrow, what they didn't do too well in this game. But they're into day 2, and that's all that matters for me.
I agree. I think having a day separating the two, another finesse from Ronaldinho, but it's wide. I think going into day 2, having a rest, having a break, and not going, back to back to back into games gives them a chance to regain their composure, regain their mindset, and have that positive mindset and positive space coming back into day 2. Hakimi, another item that I think is consistently across the board. Most people right back. Some people play Joao Cancelo at right back, but I think Hakimi is the one.
Yeah, I feel like he's obviously in teams where they've got Hakimi and also Marquinhos in the team. Obviously, the links there from PSG, so it does help for chemistry reasons. We do always see, obviously, Maldini linked up to Marquinhos because of the links-wise and having an icon. But yeah, I feel like he's always in teams. His pace is very great into a team, trying to catch up to the likes of Mbappe, Ronaldo, Neymar, whoever you may have in your team, and Ronaldinho for this game, for instance. But yeah, he's a great right back, and I'm sure he's going to be used in a lot of teams. Maybe even the team TOTS version when it comes out, or maybe additional team of season cards that does come out from all the specific leagues might overtake him.
Maybe. Now, do you think Excel being up 3-1 on aggregate? They look confident. They're laughing. They're smiling. Do you think that could possibly be a detriment to their place in this game? Do you think perhaps if you get too comfortable, as I speak too soon, as Mbappe's on the break, do you think that if they get too comfortable, that potential mistakes could happen?
Yeah, I feel like potential mistakes can happen, but in general, I feel like, they're playing the best at the moment. We see a great cross hit into Ronaldo. Great defending, but I mean, they tried to green time that there, but a great block there. But yeah, I think, they're great friends in real life. They're teammates. They're used to the way each other plays. I think, that when you're winning, especially in any game of FIFA, even if you're with someone or not, you're happy. When you get into a losing position, you get a bit anxious, you get a bit upset, you get a bit annoyed. So I think as long as they keep winning, even if they're not winning, they're both great players to actually come back in the game. But they're in a winning position, they're laughing, they're smiling. That's the main thing about a game of FIFA. If you're in a winning position, you're happy, and they seem like they're raring to go and they're winning. So that's the main thing.
So when you played Gravenson in FIFA Face Off, what was the hardest thing for you to defend playing him?
I think the way he attacks, obviously, I was struggling to go forward against him because of the way he player switches, both ways he uses to player switch, and every time I get the ball, he's got 3 players around me. So you've just got to try and play quickly against these players, and sometimes when you do that, you make mistakes.
100%. We got Ruben Diaz up to Ronaldinho. Again, Ronaldinho's playing very deep in that 3-5-2, but with, the 2v2 format, the manual runs that both players make for each other counters that deepness of Ronaldinho.
Yeah, obviously they're playing a 3 at the back, so they're able to basically, he's effectively playing like a wing back, so he's coming back to defend, and that's why you're seeing him sort of when defending that far back. But as soon as they win the ball, he's countering, and that's why the 3 at the back's so good, because once you end up doing your duties, I guess you could say, in defence, you're countering, and all them left wing back or left mid, right mid go forward, and you just got an overload going forward.
Definitely. The game has definitely slowed down a little bit, where we see Ducks Gaming holding possession. Potentially a chance here from Pele. He has the space and he scores! He equalizes in the 42nd minute to make it 1-1, 3-2 on aggregate. Only a 1 goal separating them. Almost at the break, going in to the second half.
Yeah, great reverse. That's going also in the Real Madrid shirt, by the way. I don't know if you didn't realise that, did you?
That's why he scored. It's because of the Real Madrid kid.
Exactly. He's obviously a great reverse elastico there, and great play by them. And we mentioned keeping the ball for the last minute, the kick of the game. They did that, and they scored there very nicely with Pele. And to be honest with you, it was great attack from them to working, waiting for the gap to open. A great skill move in and around the box, and a great finish. We mentioned about doing something spectacular to obviously get a goal against these guys, and we seem to see a lot of skill moves in and around the box. Maybe a couple of combinations of skill moves there. Obviously, we just saw a reverse elastico, but it's still a great skill moves to learn into your game, because it sort of could be unpredictable on certain skill moves that you're going to do.
Definitely. I think a good place for Ducks Gaming to be at the break, going into the second half, only being 1 goal down. Maybe Excel Esports will start to panic slightly. They know now they don't have the lead that they had before. Again, perhaps not as much on the line, given that it's not an elimination game, but I think Excel does want to be through on this match over Ducks Gaming, and vice versa. Looking comfortable still, but a little more nervous. It looks like, they know what Ducks is capable of, and they know that they could potentially come back 45 minutes is a long time, even in FIFA time.
Yeah, definitely going to be nervous because of conceding that last-minute attack there to make it more of a closer game. Obviously, they did have a couple of goal leads there, and now it's just down to that one. But, I mean, I feel like you could say pride is a big thing in this game. Obviously, they don't need to win the game, but you're still going to want to win the game for your confidence. Saying you went unbeaten on the day is massive, and going into day 2, you know that you're good enough to be where you are, and you're there because you went unbeaten. So I think it's a massive game for these two, even though it doesn't mean anything in terms of going at the competition or staying in the competition. But, I mean, they look a little bit nervous now, but they know what they're capable of in terms of being in a winning position. So I'm sure if Ducks does end up getting the next goal, we will see a lot more nerves going into it. Obviously, potential extra time and penalties, which...
And going in to tomorrow, although potentially winning and losing doesn't affect their position in day 2, it would potentially affect their opponents. This game actually doesn't go into extra time, given that they're both through to tomorrow, but if it did, it would go there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I feel like they're both great players, and like I mentioned, they sort of outplay each other. So I think if they do get the next goal, if it did go to extra time, I'm sure it would go to penalties because of how good they are. Less, like I mentioned, a spectacular goal. But as it doesn't go to extra time, I'm sure that if they do end up getting a goal, Ducks, they might potentially try to go for the extra goal for confidence for tomorrow. Like you mentioned, they don't go out if they end up conceding. So it doesn't really matter too much as such. But I know that going into day 2, they're not going to want to have got that L on their record.
Definitely. We have seen Ducks Gaming change the formation slightly. So they obviously know that they want to come back, that they have to come back to determine the opponent that they play tomorrow. So we'll see how this adds up against Excel Esports. But second half, second leg, we're off.
I mean, very unfortunate there, but like you mentioned, obviously, it's a massive game in terms of who you play next. And you might think, well, why does it matter? They are all at top levels, but obviously there is a couple of players in the tournament that you're not really going to want to play. For example, Tex and Diogo. So I feel like if you can play someone that isn't as experienced as a couple, as a two, it's a lot better. But they're just going to want to win for pride as well.
Definitely. We have Hullet on the ball here. R9 is in a little bit of space, but he passes it back to Bellingham and out wide to Hakimi, who, again, as you mentioned, is up and down. Wow, a great pass, but is defended by Excel Esports. That was that could have been an opportunity there.
I mean, it was a great ball. To be honest with you, it was a ball that I never even anticipated to even be played. I wouldn't have played that. Like I mentioned, we seem to be seeing a lot of through balls in the air, chip passes as well. So it's very interesting to see that because it's not something that I've actually added into my game. So that's why I love actually watching these games, even if I'm not commentating it, because I actually learn so much from watching the pros, seeing what they do, trying to implement it into my game. So now going forward, I'm going to try and implement them extra passes in the air because it seems to be working. We've seen a goal from it already and a potential of goal there.
And almost another potential goal there, but I agree. I think what's really impressive is teams at this level, their ability to adapt. They notice that they're not able to break down their opponents defensively or frankly even in the midfield, able to string some chances together. Oh, another opportunity here. Ronaldo keeps the ball. We've seen that a few times, some deflections back to their feet, up over the air, but it does look like it's going to be cleared. Bellingham back on the ball, and could Excel have the counter here? Maybe. Joao Cancelo, again, another very, very, very consistent, incredible card, and a great ball to Mbappe, who obviously has the legs to get there. Down the line, back pass, but it is cleared again from Maldini. I think, the ability to adapt when they notice that they're not able to create as many chances or string as many passes together as they want to be able to change. First of all, to know to change, and then second of all, to change and be successful in their play style and in their gameplay, like going over the top instead of doing, R1X passes on the ground.
Yeah, normally I just do a normal through ball, but I feel like the meta has shifted a little bit in terms of doing a through ball in the air, but I feel like potentially there might be a change soon or a pause from Ducks to potentially just try and send everything forward here, press off the possession loss, constant pressure. Like we mentioned, they're not out if they end up losing this game. It's just for seeding, so it doesn't really matter if you do end up conceding another goal, but there's no point losing the game just by not changing a few things. So you might potentially see a pause, change of formation again, maybe a press off the possession loss, send a few more players forwards and have less players on step out while attacking.
And the great thing about that, on the contrary, is the more aggressive you go, the more you press, the more space it gives the opponent to counter or break through. So we might see a little bit of that, as Lisa mentioned, in the next 20 minutes. But right now it looks like Excel's slowed it down a little bit. They're comfy with their position. They have a goal lead. They're building up a little slower.
Yeah, we saw obviously Nom, when they ended up going constant pressure press after possession loss, they ended up winning the ball a lot higher. They had a lot more chances. So we could potentially see that here. We have a great chance here with reversal. That's the Cohen. I mean, a lucky deflection there, but I mean, I'm sure they won't be too unhappy about that. We see there the celebrations with the team and getting a bit more hydration there going in. But I mean, quite fortunate for it to come back. I'm sure they're not going to moan.
A goal is a goal at the end of the day. A good finish by Ronaldo. Hey, you can't hate it. You can't hate it. And he's not missing that. He's not missing that in that position ever.
To be fair, it actually seemed like it actually didn't get deflected. But I mean, R9 in that position, acres of space, he's going to put it in the back of the net. And we actually do see Ducks there having a change of formation like you mentioned earlier. We see they go to the 4-2-2. It's more of an attacking formation. And you could say potentially maybe it didn't work, maybe. Obviously, they have conceded again, but they need to get some more opportunities going forward. We haven't even seen them even have a shot this half. So I think maybe they should have stayed in the formation that they used to, because it seemed to have been working the last game. They had a couple of chances, scored from one of them, but we do know that obviously Tom and Gorilla are just great players all round.
100%. And I think Ducks and Daniel are also, or rather Gravenson and Daniel are very, very good players, but we have in the past seen them be much more attacking than we were today. I don't know if this matchup has ever happened before. Maybe it will happen again tomorrow. We'll see. But it's interesting to see similar talent be given to each other for matchups that haven't happened in the past, if that makes sense.
Yeah, obviously it seems like Tom and Gorilla are in the driving seat. I feel like they're, to be honest with you, the better team at the moment. Going forward defensively, every time they get the ball, they're not looking to keep the ball. Obviously, we have seen them in the last 15 minutes of the game keep the ball a little bit more, but they are still going forward, trying to get that extra opportunity, just trying to make them sort of bring players out of position, because they're not seeming to get in and behind them too often. But we saw that there. They waited and waited and waited, kept the ball for a little bit, got the ball into R9, and it was a great finish. So I think they're in the driving seat. They do look very, very good going into tomorrow. We could potentially see them go all the way.
100%. And let's kick it off. 72nd minute. Not much left to go until Excel Esports takes the win. Or will we see a comeback? We might. Again, 2 goals. You know what I said, not a big lead. Perhaps a bigger lead in the 74th minute, but crazier things have happened. We could have a chance here. Mbappe is trying to make some space. Ronaldo has some space, but it is deflected out. Good defending by Excel Esports.
Yeah, we did see them try to do a ball roll scoop there, but weren't to be, and it does go out for a goal kick. To be honest with you, I do feel like potential corner, but I mean, a great opportunity there, but unfortunate. And twist and turns there, but unfortunate. It's actually very interesting to see the new Weghorst.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that, you know, it's funny, and no offense to anyone watching. A chance here, Mbappe, great time, but saved by Van der Sar. Another incredible, all the Van der Sars have been very busy today, but they do earn a corner off of that, and another potential goal-scoring opportunity. I've also noticed that most matches that we've seen today, another finesse, but wide. Most matches that we've seen today take all their corners short.
Yeah, it's a new sort of way in FIFA to try and get a goal. Majority of the time you do see him go short, maybe go to the edge of the box and try and twist and turn to get into the box to get the opportunity. Sometimes we do see them go short and then whip it into the box. Now that obviously XL do have Weghorst on the pitch, I'm sure that they will be definitely whipping it into him. Very, very tall player and a great player in the game, obviously getting the +2 that he ended up getting with Burnley winning. He ended up obviously getting that upgrade, and that is why he's used in a lot of teams. And obviously I assume that he's gone with him because he's used to him and his team. So it's all about preference that we mentioned, obviously using players that you like, using meta players that you like as well.
Now, I have to admit, and chance here, Mbappe with the finish. Ducks Gaming, 2-2 on the game, 4-3 on aggregate. A 1-goal difference, again, separates these two teams. Can they bring it back in a short amount of time?
I mean, what a goal that was. We do mentioned about being a little bit flary, I guess, in and around the box. We do see the shot cancel there and then ended up getting another opportunity after the shot cancel, and a great finish by Mbappe. We do mention obviously 2-goal lead is nothing in FIFA, especially at this level. Sometimes a little bit easier said than done, but a great finish there. And I mean, comeback. Will we see a comeback? 1 goal within 6 minutes is definitely doable. They'll definitely try and maybe make a quick pause, or maybe they've got something set up to go constant pressure, press after possession loss, and try and get that ball back. Because if they get the ball back, like we mentioned, the off shot that they've been having, the finesse shots that we've seen a lot in this game, there's a potential.
R9 is through again. Is he going to pass it back, or is he going to go for the shot? He might pass it back to Mbappe, creating some space, and a pen for Excel Gaming. Surely this is game, set, match.
Yeah, I do think it will be if they can convert it. But it's very interesting that I was seeing the way that they were playing. They were waiting just behind the penalty spot. I'm surprised he didn't move into the area that there was, but a great chance here with the penalty.
A great chance here with the penalty. R9 steps up. Is he going right, left? He goes right, scores it, and XL Gaming is up 5-3 on aggregate. For me, that's game, set, match.
I definitely think it was, and very interesting that he actually went right there, and a great finish right into the far corner. Obviously, we can see them talking to someone, and got the towel there as well. I definitely have the towel. I'll definitely be sweating after taking a penalty like that. For me, I always go right or I go middle. Normally I look right and then go middle because obviously the head movement that happens when you do look a certain way, but a great finish there. And for me, I would have probably stayed middle if I was in the opposite position, because you don't want to get dinked, do you, at this stage?
At this stage, you absolutely do not want to get dinked. You are very right. I was saying before, I don't think I have seen so many people watch that Burnley match than they did for that game. I know people that watched that Burnley match for that Weghorst card over the Champions League. I think
and they obviously will have their seeded game as well from that, but it is going to be all she wrote on that side of things. Team Falcons picking up that 5-3 win, and I feel like we have seen a very, very good MS Tsakt and Dr. Nightwatch. A few little shaky moments, but as a whole, they're going to be very happy with that performance.
Yes, definitely. That comes with the territory in FIFA esports. You can make mistakes, but the key is just to rectify them, and that is exactly what they've done. Advancing into the knockout stage as seed number 1, winning 5-3 up against UT7 esports. But again, UT7, they still have another game to play in the loser bracket for this group stage, where they'll be playing for their seeding. So they want to see if they can finish seed number 2 or seed number 3. And again, they'll be confident to bounce back.
Yeah, definitely. We'll look forward to seeing that as well. But I just want to go back and talk a little bit about Team Falcons and MS Tsakt, Dr. Nightwatch. We spoke about before the game, and you'll be watching this at home and you would agree, it is a very, very strong duo. When you have someone as accomplished as MS Tsakt and Dr. Nightwatch, it makes things so much more comfortable for you in that 2v2 scenario.
Yeah, I'd say for Nightwatch, you could look at it two ways. You could say, oh, I'm playing with potentially, well, renowned as the best player in the world, the king of the jungle in MS Tsakt. I might feel some way in terms of I wanting to reach his level in terms of performance and everything. But again, for Nightwatch, he backs himself. He's very, very confident, and he's a fantastic player and person as well. So he knows that he has what it takes to be a perfect matchup for Tsakt as well.
That he does. And if you are UT7, Danny Pitbull and Fabio, when they're going into their next matchup, do you feel like they can be confident going into that? Yes, they didn't get the result that they wanted against a very strong Team Falcons team, but can they feel confident knowing how they performed?
I'd say so. There were like ups and downs in their performance, but again, they played well in some parts.
Yeah, we will have to see, obviously, how they get on in their next game. I think they performed very well. Danny Pitbull doing enough to just really try and take that team forward. And obviously, unfortunately, they didn't get the result that they wanted. But as a whole, they came back. They can grow from that as well and obviously try and have the best seeding possible. But we're going to go pass things over to Mike, who will bring us all the analysis from the previous games.
Thank you so much, fellas. As always, we have the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and we've got to revisit and to talk a little bit more depth about some of that creativity and inventive play from the Dr. Nightwatch and MS Tsakt, Team Falcons, of course. And I just love this goal. You never see it. It's very rare. You're almost creating a new meta. We've seen this in the 2v2 now. These long-distance shooting has to be time green. You have Kevin De Bruyne. He's got that 5-star weak foot and top corner, best corner, long distance. It's just brilliant all the way around, and it's unpredictable, and it doesn't allow you to move the goalkeeper. And that gives you a competitive advantage when you're looking at these slim margins. As they get the job done, they're undefeated, and they just have a beautiful combination or collective at the moment. And that's been the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We're going to go back to the casters. We've got more matches underway.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. As we saw there, Team Falcons getting that #1 spot, 4 seed, and that Kevin De Bruyne long-range shot. The green time as well being so crucial. As Mike rightly pointed out, if you green time that, you take it first time as well. You don't give the goalkeeper a chance to obviously move across and save that. But we are going to pass things over to Kyle, who's with the king of the jungle himself, MS Tsakt.
I am indeed. Thank you, guys. Tsakt, what a performance so far today. First off, though, what I want to say, LAN events are back. You've got all your competitors. It feels like over the years we've built this storyline about the GOATs going head-to-head. Now you're in the same room as them all. How does that feel?
Well, it feels really great to see everyone's back, and to play and to have that much joy and, the nervous of being back at lands. But yeah, I think I love Tex more because we stopped during COVID. No more battles, so I loved him more. And yeah, happy to be back.
You can see on your face how happy you are being back here. It's great to see your performance as well today. What have you made of it so far?
I think that's a great step for us. Second game, the first game we won some pens. Second game we won. Obviously it was on Steam so everyone can see. We played really good defensively, attackingly, and I'm really confident moving forward.
Obviously this is an interesting format, 2v2. You're paired up with Dr. Nightwatch. How has that been working with him?
Well, I think results can tell.
I mean, simple as that, the results can tell. How do you work well together though? What's the dynamic like between the two of you?
Well, I think Ivan is very flexible in terms of anything I can get him into the game, either tactics or adjustments we want to do. And he always wants to listen, and that's something great. And I think with the knowledge both of us have about the game, it can be maybe an easier, let me say. So both of us have been in lands a couple of times. And both of us can, after what happened today, can kick off with a really great boost confidence.
And final question, you've never been afraid to voice your feelings after an event or during an event or about how you're doing. So come on then, this is only day number 1. I'm sure you're here to win the whole thing.
Yeah, indeed I am. Especially, to be honest, after the results and the performance we had, everyone can see, I think should put us as one of the favorites.
Have you been practicing your famous celebration?
I did. They already took some photographs with it, and I was like, should I do or should I do another one for the comeback? Well, I decided it is what it is.
I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that on day number 3. For now, though, you're done talking to me. You've got to show your football skills. I'm going to pass you to Liv, who's going to get you on the football.
Hello. So you've had the fun little interview with Kyle. Yeah. I'm not as nice. I want you doing something physical. Okay. How are you at football?
I'm good. Good? Yeah, good.
You're confident, like your game as well.
I'm not bad.
Before we get into that, can you talk me through this nickname? Where did King of the Jungle come from?
It comes between a great battle between me and Tex. And I will watch Khabib very often. Yeah, so he wants to say it. There is only one king in the jungle. And then when the whole rivalry and stuff happened between me and Tex, I was like, yeah, here we go again.
I like it. I like the confidence. What animal would be the king of the jungle? The lion, right?
I don't know, but I'd be with anything. Just the king.
I thought you'd go for the lion and then the celebration might be something like. What is the celebration?
I always do like this.
Yeah.
So people let me hear you, or just the fans or whatever. And
I like it.
I did it once, and everyone start clicking to do it again, and that's common signature.
I love it, giving the people what they want. And what I want right now is success in this crossbar challenge.
What's the best score here between all of the pros? How many? Just one?
Yeah, I think 1. We've had 0 on 1. Ooh. So the bar isn't that high.
Okay.
5 balls, 5 shots. How many do you reckon you're going to get?
I think I'll go with 3.
3?
3, yeah, I'll go with 3.
All right, okay.
The first one will be testing the ball.
Sure.
Should I go?
When you're ready? Yeah, go for it. Oh! 1 out of 1. What a start. It's that confidence.
I told you, I'm not too bad. If you want, we can play here. We can play here tomorrow.
Oh, close. Close. It was a nice top bins. I'll just grab these. Right, 1 out of 2.
Nah.
You got a flyer landed on you as well. It's good luck.
Oh.
He's so cool with it. Oh! All right, 2 out of 3. So you're top of the leaderboard so far.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. I want you to change your celebration to a roar, like a lion. Right, come on. You can make it 4. Oh!
I'll go with 3.
Yeah.
3 is good. 3 is good.
3's our best. So we've had, 0, 1, and 3. So you're top of the leaderboard. You've got to be happy with that.
I'm really happy. If they want to switch to real football, I don't mind.
Well, how are you feeling about the rest of the competition, though?
I'm confident, to be honest. We've been through a second game. We've really played much better. So that's obviously a boost of confidence. We can kick off from there tomorrow. And it's really important to have that much of confidence because there wasn't much events 2v2 me and Nightwatch was competing in.
Yeah, awesome. Well, best of luck. I love the confidence. Remember the lion celebration I want. And Rachel, it's back to you.
King of the crossbar, right? That's what you call him now.
Of course, he's great at football
Obviously,
as well.
King of the crossbar. I mean, Celebrations there were on point. Look at those skills. Love to see that. I think he got quite a lot of cheers as well, didn't he, from the competitors. They'll cheer him when he's doing the skills on the pitch, not when he's doing this virtual skills, of course. They want to beat him as well. But he sounds pretty confident, Mike, didn't he?
I've never played football with him, Tsakt, but I'd like to. I mean, there's a lot of confidence there.
Would you though? Surely he'll beat you at that, as well as
we could still be on the same team. It's not a one-on-one game. We're good to go.
Okay, well, let's get to Tsakt on Mike's team. Otherwise, he'll get a bit jealous that he's good at multiple things. Okay, well, should we just have a look then exactly at the stream games coming up next? There's some big matches, of course. We've just seen the guys that are going through undefeated. Now let's go to what's coming up next then. Team Heretics taking on Crew Esports. That's a big one, as is SPQR and Makers, of course. Then Makers Sweden as well, O1 Esports, and Blue United taking on CF Montreal. Again, no one's going home now at this stage. It's about getting seeded 1 or 2. Mike Clabet is loving what we're seeing
There's
now.
A lot of emotions on these 4 games.
Go on then, tell us about, what's your favorite?
Heretics and Crew, because I know they're going to yell at each other the whole time. They're also located pretty close by, so you're going to hear what's happening. They're literally above each other. I don't know if they can see this, but they're above and below. So if you do enough noise up top, they're going to feel that below you. It's going to be like an earthquake.
Yago, can you see the boys down there? Team Heretics. Yeah. You're coming for them, right? Yeah, Yago's coming for them. He's talking to me from the balcony up there. Obviously, underdogs almost, because obviously they're the qualifiers. Team Heretics are the Masters teams. That's on Stream A, coming your way with Fever Alness and Brandon Smith after this short break. Yago is going for the boys down there. See you in a minute.
Yes, guys, it's Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for
Challenge your taste.
Are you ready? I've got this bubbling sensation, tastifying expectation. Have a little drink, a sensory celebration. Pepsi Max, maximum taste, no sugar.
She's the first of her kind. A real superhero.
If they catch her, they're gonna put her in a cage.
I'm a monster!
Daddy, I wish I was normal.
She can't help what she is.
I can feel it getting stronger.
Never use your gifts to hurt people.
I'll only hurt bad people. Promise.
Build a website that sells things. Thoughts.
Brought to you by Squarespace.
Hidden talents. Your vision. Your theory on reality. And more time with sharp knives than anyone should be comfortable with. Squarespace is everything you need to sell anything.
This is a real demonstration to test EE's full fiber broadband.
Hi, this is Cambridge Airport over your EE router. Video feeds, the data feeds, all of this is real time.
Tsakt 1 Alpha Air Suburbia Ops, so you're on frequency.
Tsakt 1 Alpha, maintaining 3,000 feet, heading 050 degrees.
Runway 23 available for landing.
Completed Tsakt 1 Alpha.
Somebody wants to say hello.
Congratulations, everybody. Well done.
I can't believe we just landed a plane.
This is broadband that can handle anything. This is full fiber from EE.
We speak so highly, firstly, of Matías Bonanno. It's because we followed South America last year, Rich. We got first-hand experience.
I was sitting at home just hanging with the boys. So we got bored, decided to make some noise. We got the tape player out and we pressed record. Started spitting out rhymes like never before.
Someone that we know is capable of winning competitions. Do you think he can do it once again?
Still not fully dealt with. Ronaldo now drops the shoulder. Matías Bonanno. He is the best.
Our grand final here at the CONMEBOL Libertadores.
But you just don't stop this man when he is in full flow.
There's so many shirts around him. Bellingham on his own sends him back in. Look no further at a prime example of just how special this FIFA player is. And what a special FIFA player he is, Matías Bonanno of Team Heretics. You join us back now for the Team of the Season Cup here in London. We are getting through the games as we've said goodbye to some Masters teams, goodbye to some of the Open teams that have come through qualification here. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Alex, more commonly known as the FIFA analyst. What a game we've got here, by the way. We're joining another top seed game here, Alex, between Crew Esports, the team of Matías Bonanno. It was his breakout year last year for Sergio Aguero's esports organisation. Now he's playing against his former club with his new club, Team Heretics. It plans to be a great game, this one. Yeah, it will be a great game. Obviously, we've just previously had some games as well in that top seed. So it's all about going in with that confidence and just wanting to play your game as best as you possibly can. Absolutely. Well, let's talk about some of these big results that have just come in, Alex. It's big results for Team Falcons. MS Dasari back in London. He loves playing his FIFA here. They are top seed. So are Fnatic. Saf Glyph Gaming, top seed, penalty shootout win after a 4-4 game against Atlanta and an XL Esports. They might have started play late today, but it hasn't stopped how they've wanted to go into this competition against Dux Gaming and Kawasaki Frontale. Big results there from Group A to Group D. Now it's our time to turn our attentions to Group B onwards. We've got 8 groups here, Alex. This is a big one because if you win this game, you guarantee $10,000 and you sort of miss a step, so to speak, right? Yeah, definitely. It's just having that confidence going into it. Like you said, the prize pool obviously is a massive thing, but having that confidence going into that next round, being in that winner's bracket, certainly makes things easier for you. Well, let's have a little word about these teams all involved. Team Heretics, you don't need really to have much of an introduction of those guys. They are incredible. On the flip side, Crew Esports, it's Valen and Yago, former teammates with Matías last year. Did continue his run at Crew, was living in Europe for a period of time, just didn't work out for him, went back home to Argentina, and it seemingly has worked out since then. Teams up with Valen, another good player who has done superbly well last year in the FGS Online season. It sort of feels like since Nicholas came into the scene, Alex, more names have come in, more big Argentine names, and they're all desperate to be the top player, I guess, in South America. Yeah, the region of Argentina at the minute has some fantastic FIFA players. And Nicholas, obviously the ones that we talk about, you know, he is obviously what's known as the Iceman. Very difficult to knock that crown off. But if you are from Argentina, some great players coming through. And Yago obviously wants to come through and perform as best as he possibly can. And it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Well, here we go then. We are underway in just 5 seconds time here as we continue day one in the Team of the Season Cup. It's game time between these two. Let's jump into it. Matías Bonanno and Hidalgo, a brand new esports organisation that stepped into FIFA esports this year. They sit just above, well, below, I should say, of Crew Esports. I can tell you right now, they have been very, very noisy. They're about 2 doors along from us, aren't they, in the commentary booth, Al? And we have been hearing them in penalties. When they were in penalties in the last game, they had a last-minute equaliser. They are very, very loud and very noisy. But again, this is why we love LAN events. Back at LAN, you get that pure emotion, don't you? That you do. Having that, the excitement, the adrenaline going through your veins. And I love it. I love hearing the players celebrate, having that excitement. And for everyone at home, it might come through on the broadcast at times, but that is what we're here for. Players at LAN. It's very different to competing at home from your room. And sometimes it brings the best out of the players. You know, having it from home and then coming over to a LAN, you can really get more excited. Yeah, well, let's talk about their group very briefly. They're in Group F. Team Heretics were in their Crew Esports alongside, obviously, Neo and that all-important side in Timbers. It's been a very difficult group. Let's not forget about that. But let's also realise that if they win this game, they'll be top seed. They will go and play the team that finds their way through in second seed from Group E. That could be Blue United, CF Montreal, or K. Favourable time for them heading into day 2.
that it could, and you want that. You want to try and have the most favourable side going into that day 2 to give you the best possible chance and almost the quote-unquote easiest route through to Championship Sunday.
Well, it'll be Crew Esports kicking from right to left in this one. In the white strip. Team Heretics. Try and call it. Just force of habit for a player that took a huge move this year. He took a move that Yago made last year, moving to Europe, relocating. I think one thing that he has in favour.
almost did deflect in, but we did mention about having them snapshots that could potentially go in the net, because we
ball and
Kawasaki front out earlier on today, but just gaining a bit more confidence. Again, you'd expect them to have the confidence, but they maybe would have overthought.
Well, they've also just lost again.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, they just lost 5 goals to 3, was it, against Excel?
Yeah.
So there's an element of, well, we're not unbeatable, we're not invincible, but do we have Kawasaki Frontal's number? You must have been in this position before, where you've rematched up with somebody who you beat previously. Does it typically go the way of yourself, or do you think there's an element of doubt that maybe creep in, and complacency potentially?
I think doubt creeps in for sure. Whether it's complacency or maybe just overthinking your tactics or your mentality going into it, you think, I've already beaten this person once. So you'd be thinking, surely, especially when it's in that resounding manner, 5 goals to 1. It wasn't a penalty shootout or a 1-goal margin. It was by 4 goals. So it's definitely was one-sided.
Could be a chance here. Kylian Mbappe, he was the goal scorer of the first. Good turn provider here. Dinked into the box, scooped it out. R9. Klosterman high up and heads that away. Another opportunity starting to brew here for Ducks Gaming. They could find themselves 2-0 up before the halfway point. Marcelo now picks up the ball. He's got a trick or two up his sleeve, and possession is recycled for this Ducks Gaming roster. Jude Bellingham punching it into the feet of Kylian Mbappe. R9 Ronaldo. Look for an elastico, maybe a reverse, another roulette. Certainly the skill move of choice so far for this Ducks Gaming side, as Kawasaki Frontal look to hit on the counter. R9 Ronaldo. A little dead stop down the line. He feeds to Cristiano Ronaldo. La Croqueta pass into Mbappe. Unfortunate with the touch from the Parisian, because it was nice build-up play beforehand. Marcelo with a poor touch, and possession will turn over.
This is where it's dangerous for the counter-attack, but it was a great challenge there from Jay, I believe, to make that interception to stop a counter-attack brewing. But they have possession up. They'll be hoping just before half-time that they can generate an attack here.
Maybe a little bit unfortunate with the last opportunity that it created, with that La Croqueta pass straight into the path of Mbappe. Rude Hullet, he finds R9 Ronaldo. The ball will bounce nicely for them, and a really unfortunate chance there. That could potentially be a red card. Referee goes for yellow, and Marcelo is in the book. The building at Kawasaki Frontal as we go into half-time. I'll get the thoughts of Ryan Pessoa here at the Team of the Season Cup. Marcelo goes into the book, and Van der Sar will get us back underway seconds before half-time. Ryan, Kawasaki Frontal find themselves 1-0 down. What do those two players on the screen need to do to turn this game around?
They can take positives from that last sequence in the first half. They built up an attack. They seem to be prodding and probing to try and break through the Ducks Gaming defensive line. But for Ducks to be sort of calm and composed, but I'd say it's easy to rest on your laurels after playing someone and winning in such a manner, and then playing them again and taking the lead in the first half. So for them, they'll be just hoping more of the same.
When does it get to the point where you're like, oh, we're just better? Like, does that ever creep in? And you must have matched people before, like when you match on rivals or foot champions, or even in tournament qualifiers, where you've played once, you played twice, you maybe even matched 3 times, and you start winning every game. Does that come into a point where you're just like, oh, I've just got this guy's number? Like,
yeah, definitely.
I just match up really well against him.
Yeah, definitely. That happens after times, especially after you felt as if you've, again, just read up the way they played.
Well, half-time here between Kawasaki Frontal and Ducks Gaming. Kyle Walker, you got any updates for us?
Around at the games, Richard, complexity against Atlanta. It's still 2-1, that goal going in, as I was giving the updates before. Ajax taking on Dire Wolves. Obviously, we know the importance of these games going into day number 2. That one is 0-0, 73 minutes gone. The other one, though, that is absolutely huge. We were talking about Guild Esports. I got the chance to chat to Nicholas today. 2-0 against UT7. For them, they know the importance of it. Nicholas, after seeing the likes of MS Dasari, after seeing the likes of Fnatic Tex today, he'll be wanting to ensure that he goes into day number 2 on his right foot, going through on that best foot forward. Can he continue that? 48 minutes gone. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we'll see indeed. We get back underway here with Mbappe bursting into the penalty area. He looks for a cutback, and João Cancelo takes that away. Just having a look at that group A, Ryan, obviously with Falcons and Fnatic and Fnatic in Group B. We're starting to play a little bit of matchmaker, looking at how those matches could line up. There's a few really tasty games in the winners bracket especially.
Yeah, there's a lot of great potential matchups as we see Kawasaki building up here.
Kevin De Bruyne, he's been brought off the bench. I don't think he started the game for Kawasaki Frontal. R9 Ronaldo making a run in behind here for Dux Gaming. Decides to ignore him and play the possession game through Pele and Ruud Gullit.
I think you're correct. I think Marcelo was taken off for De Bruyne. After seeing what he done earlier for MS Dasari, you can understand why. Incredible goal from outside the box. Green time. Then could there be another green time, but it was blocked from Ruud Gullit.
Beautiful effort from Jude Bellingham. Gullit picks it up. He's just waiting. Patient is the name of the game here. R9 Ronaldo. Oh, he's hit the crossbar.
Wow.
Chance still alive. Edwin van der Sar back on his line here. Jude Bellingham now picks up the ball. He's tackled by Ruud Gullit. Got to think R9 should be sticking that away.
Yeah, it was a huge mistake there. I think he put too much power in it.
Yeah, too much power on that one. Kylian Mbappe, he recycles the play here for Dux Gaming as we get a slight pause. Kyle Walker, you got another update for us?
Plenty of goals going in around each of the games, Richard. We've got to focus, though. Complexity taking on Atlanta. Complexity, they managed to bring it back 2-2. It was minutes later, moments later, though. Atlanta have made it 3-2 in that game. Everyone that is watching, make sure you stick around. After the first leg in that Stream A matchup, Kawasaki Frontal taking on Dux Gaming. After the break, we'll have highlights of each of the games, so make sure you stick around because you do not want to miss these, Richard, I'm telling you.
I will not be missing those, Kyle. Do not worry. Chance here for Kawasaki Frontal. Gullit with the finesse shot from just outside the D. Is that what they're having to resort to at the moment? They've struggled to penetrate that Dux Gaming defence.
Yeah, but I think for Kawasaki Frontal, they'll be disappointed in the fact that they're being forced to take outside, shots from outside the box. But we've seen them today go in. You time them green, you give yourself a chance, especially if you catch the opponent off. As we see a switch of play here and a player lock.
Opportunity here for Kawasaki Frontal. Ruud Gullit again, looking to play through the middle of the pitch. Just too congested in that area, but they have won the ball back again, and they're quite good at the moment at stealing the ball, pickpocketing the ball off Dux Gaming in and around the halfway line. Opportunity to build up here for the Tokyo FGS Open champions. Ruud Gullit out wide to João Cancelo. Kylian Mbappe, he can twist, he can turn. Vieira steps out and does well.
Oh, that's a huge interception there from Daniel Aguiar. Fantastic to stop the chance happening. But as you mentioned earlier, it seems to be that Kawasaki Frontal can win the ball back continuously in Dux's half. They're doing well to press them out of the pitch.
We see a couple of changes potentially coming out here for both sides of the coin, whether that's Kawasaki Frontal chasing the game or Dux Gaming in a very slender lead. The 3-5-2 still in motion. Do you think the 4-3-2-1 matches up nicely against the 3-5-2?
It basically puts the way it depends on, of course, the instructions, but it puts your three attackers up against the three centre-backs, and you can often look towards crosses towards CR7, that item with incredible jumping and aerial ability. But yeah.
What a player he is. What a football player we've got down on the floor as well. Kyle Walker, you've got another update for us?
Richard, Buckley would not be anything without your assists. They've been seen on social media, let's just say that. Yeah, I've got an update. Guild Esports 3, UT7 Esports 0, and Rasek and Nicholas proving to be too strong, it seems. 76 minute in that game just there. Let's have a quick look at some of the games they've finished those first legs. Atlanta beating Complexity 3-2, and it's still 0-0. DW Mike, DW Mark 11 representing Direwolves taking on Finn and Levy representing Ajax. That game 0-0, still a stalemate. Going into leg 2 though, we have to find a winner, Richard.
We certainly do. Our game that we're featuring here between Dux Gaming and Kawasaki Frontal, very evenly matched as it currently stands. Dux Gaming with 17 minutes left on the clock and a goal in their back pocket. However, Kawasaki Frontal, you would say in this second half, have been the more progressive of the two sides. Other than that one big chance hitting the crossbar, opportunities have started to be popping up left, right and centre for Kawasaki Frontal. Dux Gaming come forward here though and they look dangerous. Again, Kevin De Bruyne's substitution coming onto the pitch, inspired.
Yep, he's been helping press higher up the pitch as we see passes between Gravison and Aguiar in midfield as they start to progress higher up the field now. It is Daniel Aguiar in possession now with Bellingham, just twisting and turning, trying to find some space. But as you mentioned, the lanes seem to be cut really, really well here from Kawasaki Frontal.
And again, they've done well defensively. They make sure that they force them out wide. They force them into areas that they can't really penetrate from. And that's a really naughty tackle.
I thought there was going to be a different colour card there from the referee from behind. But for Ducks Gaming, maybe that's a sign of frustration. They are winning, but again, they've been, other than, as you said, the crossbar attempt from R9 Ronaldo, which you could say, would you say that's an error? I would say...
Got to score.
Yeah, I would say it's an error because it's a clear-cut opportunity. You've put too much power in it, but other than that, they haven't really showed any sort of threat.
Lots of player locks coming out here as well for Kawasaki Frontal in this placement match. Team of the Season Cup is what you're watching. João Cancelo, he pings it into Pele. Beautiful pass into the path of CR7. Ronaldinho does pick up the loose ball. A chance to recycle again. Lacroqueta pass, looking for that extra pass into the box. Marquinhos steps out well. And maybe the fresh legs of Ousmane Dembele could be a deciding factor here for Ducks Gaming. Ball spread out wide to Marcelo, and a chance again to build up fast or the slow approach. It looks like they're going to take a more measured chance here. Does Ducks Gaming. 5 minutes left on the clock. If you're in that Ducks Gaming camp, well, they could score right here, and they're very happy. Great chance. And Van der Sar tips it around the post. How would you sort of assess this first 86 minutes that you've seen so far?
I'd say they've had the better of the chances, scoring one of them. But I'd say in this situation now, it's probably best just to dial the clock down a little bit unless there's a clear-cut opportunity. There's no need to push too many bodies forward. And with the expertise and previous experiences from Gravison and Daniel Aguilar, they will be doing just that. They will sort of die down and wait until the very last moments to try and build up an attack.
Even though it's only 1-0 though, Kawasaki Frontal, you're probably thinking this is a good result. We lost 5-1 in the tournament earlier against these. There's definitely an opportunity for those two players down in that booth to turn this game around. Ducks Gaming will get the final chance of the half. So Alan Saint-Maximin is now involved. Waiting, biding his time. Klosterman steps out. What a rock he's been at the back. And that will do us for the first leg here in this placement matchup. Ducks Gaming 1, Kawasaki Frontal 0. But the two Kawasaki Frontal players certainly know what is required of them. They've got everything that they need to turn this game around. Don't go anywhere. After this break, we find out who finishes second.
What's up guys, how are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit, and as
She's the first of her kind. A real superhero.
If they catch her, they're gonna put her in a cage.
I'm a monster! Daddy, I wish I was normal.
She can't help what she is.
I can feel it getting stronger.
progress in this game.
Well, here we go, back underway here. It's Kawasaki front out. 3-0 down currently in this matchup. 2-0 in the second leg. 2 quick-fire goals from Ducks Gaming. As you see, a lot of space opening up with that back post. Numbers flying into the penalty area. He did well there just to hook it away, but I think these chances will start to become thick and fast for Ducks Gaming. Well, this game 3-0 as it currently stands. Kyle Walker's down in the pit at the moment. Kyle, any updates?
Well, it looks like one of the games is going to extra time, possibly even penalties if the first game, the first leg and the second leg is anything to go by. Ajax taking on Direwolves. 0-0 in the first leg, 0-0 in the second leg, and extra time has just kicked off. I'll be keeping you updated to see if we find a winning goal or if it will be penalties that decides the future of both of these teams. Between Atlanta United and Complexity, it's still 3-2. In this second leg, it is 0-0. However, 1 goal for Complexity, who are on the attack, would see them draw level and that game go to extra time. And for Guild Esports and Rasak and Nicholas, it seems like they are the strongest of the two, as they are now beating UT7 Esports 5-1, guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle. That starts to set up a couple of really interesting matchups, especially in that winners bracket tomorrow. Kylian Mbappe here for Kawasaki Frontal, looking to double tap that ball into the box. Little lofted pass, unfortunately, was intercepted. On that particular occasion, Hakimi steps in and wins the ball back. Now Cristiano Ronaldo will bring Ruud Gullit into the equation. Larka cut a pass into Pele. That's offside. Kyle Walker, I heard a shout. What is happening?
The attack, they were losing 3-2, but they have managed to score in the 75th minute, which means it is 3-3 with 15 in-game minutes to go. They are taking on Atlanta United. This one is back and forth, guys. Believe me, I think there's going to be another goal at some point, so make sure you keep your ears open for any of the reactions and come back to me.
They certainly will be. Thank you very much. Incredible scenes there between all our matchups. Ducks Gaming, the game that we're focusing on currently, although they find themselves 3-0 up as it currently stands against Kawasaki Frontal.
Do you think maybe they opt for another formation change to see if they could push more bodies forward rather than sort of matching up? I think if they were to match up, it would have been maybe at the start of the game when they noticed that they were potentially having or being exploited on the wings. I felt as if for now, you need to put more bodies forward than what they're currently doing.
Well, you mentioned that, and going back to their 4-3-2-1 formation that they started the tie in. You just saw sort of different instructions and different tactics being set up there. I saw a 3-1-4-2 potentially. I mean,
yeah, that's an option.
Why not just go for it? Like,
yeah.
You're guaranteed to be in tomorrow. This is the last game, 100% you're playing today. Yeah, okay, throw bodies forward. What happens if I lose 5-6-0? Nothing.
Yeah.
You're still going to be in the losers bracket, but at least you're going for it. If you get a couple of goals back, you never know. Ducks Gaming might start worrying, they might start panicking, and you might be able to get something out of the game. But sitting back, I don't think it helps.
I agree. It's something I always stand by and have to reiterate every time. I would rather lose a game 9-0, knowing that I tried my best. I went forward. It just wasn't meant to be. I couldn't break my opponent down, rather than losing 3-0 or just setting up shop defensively. But hopefully for their sake, they can get a chance here. But it was intercepted there from Daniel Agueda for Ducks Gaming. And it's Gravison now that can push into Kawasaki Frontal's half.
It's Kylian Mbappe doing that driving forward. He does get intercepted, but again, Ducks Gaming will keep hold of the ball. Jude Bellingham looking to fire that ball forward at a real quick pace. Nothing comes of it on this occasion as it's spread out wide to Cristiano Ronaldo. Maldini, the man with the job of intercepting CR7. He decides to elect to offload it into Marcelo, and now Ruud Gullit will fire it back out wide to CR7. They can't really get inside the box. They can't really get into the middle of the pitch. In these areas, it's not really damaging to Ducks Gaming for Kawasaki Frontal. Marcelo now into CR7. Pele is now brought into the equation. He moves it across to Kylian Mbappe. Couple of step overs, gets inside the box. This is where it could be dangerous. Recycled into R9. Step overs, left, right. went for the La Croqueta and just too many bodies in the way.
Yeah, they tried to build up a methodical chance there, and they're already going to concede another counter from Ducks Gaming. Could they break through?
Pele looks to get away from Maldini, switches across the play. Klosterman does well. Nell Klosterman gets intercepted. But you just see how quickly Ducks Gaming turned it on then. They intercepted the ball inside their own half. 3 passes later, Pele is a fit Pele, a 100% stamina Pele. He's probably getting away from that defensive line. Rude Hullet, La Croqueta pass looking to play through the thirds there. Not on this particular occasion. And again, Kawasaki frontal, for me, and I want you to elaborate on this, it's just too slow.
Yeah, definitely. You would think, for their sake anyway, they need to get goals in rapid succession in order to try and get back into this game. They are 3 goals down with just under 30 minutes left to play. But if I'm Ducks, Gravison and Daniel Aguirre, I'm very comfortable, in all honesty, because, again, the build-up from Jay and you and me is very slow. They're taking their time, and again, it's kind of easy to defend.
And you can be in a position where you're 3-0 up, but feel as though I'm a little bit nervy, I'm a little bit shaky. There's nothing at all to be about that for Ducks Gaming. This game is all but over. 3-0. Kyle Walker, I've just seen some absolute scenes. What has just happened?
Absolute scenes indeed. Curse of the commentator. A few moments ago, I literally said this was going to penalties, this game between Dire Wolves and Ajax. How wrong I was, as Dire Wolves managed to score in the final few seconds. They are reacting right now. You can see on their faces how much it means to them. You can see the disappointment, the sadness on the faces of Ajax as well. Literally head in hands for both of those competitors, thinking about the mistakes that they may have made in those games. I'm actually sat with some of the guys that are working with Ajax as well. They're not happy, they're frustrated. What a game it was, Richard. You've missed out.
I certainly have, Kyle, and I'll be catching up with it definitely later on. What we've witnessed is a Ducks Gaming masterclass here in the commentary booth with myself and Ryan Pessoa as we draw into this final 15 minutes here. They've just looked really good defensively, Ducks Gaming. They've not allowed Kawasaki frontal to create chances.
Yep, they've impressed me for sure with the way they've set up defensively. Of course, Ducks, Gravison and Daniel Aguirre have competed this year already in a 2v2 format. They haven't performed as well as they would have liked, especially in the Club World Cup series. They didn't make it to the final week to compete. But again, this is something now, they've put the hours in, they've put the practice in, and they're performing really, really well.
Yeah, the FGS Masters as well. We saw them in action a few weeks ago, where it was a really competitive region that they were competing in with Heretics and other teams of that ilk during the 4-week FGS Masters during March, with 16 minutes left on the clock here. It looks like it's all said and done. Just sort of reflecting back on today, Ryan, it's been an incredible day. We've got one more sort of round of fixtures left to play. As we just hear an unbelievable scream from down at the booth.
I believe it was Atlanta versus Complexity, so hopefully we can hear an update from Kyle. I don't know which way that's gone.
Yeah, I mean, all these games are so... Kyle, take it away. What happened, mate?
I mean, looking at this, the reactions, Atlanta have scored in that one, making it 1-1 in the second leg. It is in extra time, that game right now, an all-important goal. We've been coming back and forth between the two of them. That makes it 4-3 on aggregate to Atlanta. I told you there was another goal in it. It just meant that that comes in extra time. If Complexity wants to take it to penalties, or they want to win, they need to find something in the next 15 in-game minutes, Richard.
Thank you very much, Kyle. I'm sure you'll be keeping us up to date as well with that last game that is currently wrapping up. We've got 15 minutes left to play here. Kawasaki frontal need to pull something magical if they want to turn this game around. Patrick Vieira comes across well for Ducks Gaming. He's intercepted, though, and does manage to keep hold of the ball. Talk to me about Vieira at centre-back. A little bit like Marmite. Some people love him, some people hate him. I'll get your opinion on that just after this chance comes in. It does come to nothing. Vieira at centre-back.
Yeah, he, of course... Oh! A mistake here. Could there be a goal? There wasn't, and that would have been the lifeline they would have needed, but it didn't go in their favour. You'd expect Ducks to see it out now. But just speaking on Vieira in at centre-back, he has the stature, the frame in-game, coming at 6'4", the physical attributes, the defensive attributes, the pace as well. and he offers a lot more defensive or dribbling attributes and passing compared to traditional centre-back items in FIFA Ultimate Team. But again, he's somebody that you would acknowledge him as a midfielder in previous years, alongside Ruud Gullit as well, with the staples in midfield. But the last couple of years, he's drifted in to a more deeper role, and he's been fantastic.
And do you think that's also as well because the midfield options that we've got?
Yeah, I think that's the key
better.
Thing.
Especially when you look sort of the FUT Future Stars, the Team of the Year FUT Titans, but also as we get later into the year, the Team of the Season FUT Titans that will be hopefully coming out. I mean, Jude Bellingham, Leon Goretzka, all those sort of players can do that job. We just saw Gravenberch today released. All those players are probably better. No disrespect at all, Patrick. I'm a big fan of yours, but it's just not at that same level anymore. Chance here for Alan St. Maximin to get a late consolation for Kawasaki Frontale. If you are wondering what this game is all about, it's the placement match. So the winner of this game will be guaranteed a place in the winner's bracket. Whoever loses goes down to the loser's bracket as we get action underway tomorrow. Van der Sar, hello. Just taking that rebound right there.
Felt as if there was an option to take a shot at goal or play the extra pass across much quicker than they did. But again, it didn't lead to anything, or nothing came to fruition from it. And it will be Ducks Agura breaking through here with St. Maximin into CR7, but nothing comes of that either.
It's been a very rudimentary performance for Ducks Gaming. They got that goal in the first leg, and then in this second leg they've doubled and tripled it up, and they will take the victory here against Kawasaki Frontale. A really good performance from Ducks Gaming. They've came, they saw, they have conquered. Let's have a look, because we've got some incredible games taking place at the moment, Ryan. There's a game between Complexity Gaming and Atlanta United. You can see Complexity Gaming in the booth right there. They are live shots. They are currently in extra time, I've just been told, and we're joining that game live right now. 5 minutes left to play, 4-4 the scoreline.
Wow, we saw we heard the roars throughout the studio, and you can see it would have been Complexity getting the goal to equalize in extra time. 5 minutes to go, Atlanta breaking forward.
Chance, whipped into the box. Good header from João Cancelo. It's Complexity Gaming from right to left here in that red strip, and Atlanta United from left to right. The importance of this game is exactly the same as the game we just watched between Kawasaki Frontale and Ducks Gaming. You win this match, you are guaranteed a spot in the winner's bracket. You lose it, you've got to go into the loser's bracket. You've got to face a marathon of matches to get through that loser's bracket, and then in the grand final, you've got to win twice.
Yep, it's tough. So, of course, you would want to be up in the winner's bracket for the knockout stages tomorrow, as we see potentially a last attack for Atlanta United.
Well, this is it. Last roll of the dice before a penalty shootout. It does fall to nothing, and that will be Complexity Gaming to bring it away. Penalty shootout here. Atlanta United stepping up first to the spot. It's CR7 straight down the middle. Good save from Schmeichel. Can Pele put Complexity in a 1-0 position here in the shootout? Yes, he can.
Oh, that's a big goal. And it's back to Atlanta United. Can they hit the back of the net for their second penalty? Ousmane Dembele stepping up against Schmeichel. Down the middle, the keeper dives slightly late, but it gives them that all-important first goal. And it's Complexity again, and it's saved.
Even Stevens as it currently stands. Ruud Gullit from the spot for Atlanta United scores. Good penalty down to the goalkeeper's right. Now it's Kylian Mbappe stepping up to the mark against a huge Edwin van der Sar, but he does score.
It's now Mbappe for Atlanta United. Again, this is an all-important penalty to get their third goal, and it's in the bottom right. Keeper stays still down the middle, but it wasn't to be. It's now Messi.
to the floor, where we've got our very own Kyle Walker joined with Paolo Neto. Rachel and Mikey. Rachel and Mike, take it away.
I'll give you Paolo if you want.
Richard, I was like, where are you going with this? I'm just behind you. Turn around and look at me. Anyway, we are here, Mike and myself, just to bring you up to speed on those last round matches there. Because Mike, it's getting a little quieter in here now. Of course, we've only got 4 matches still to be played on day 1. A lot of the teams have now gone home, because obviously we lost 8 teams already, didn't we, early doors? Like Team Footwas are no longer competing here. So 24 teams still